Hello, hello, folks. We are back. Day three, FIDE Candidates about to begin.
Hello, folks. We are
Who
back.
is
A3
hyped?
PA
Who's hyped
candidates
for
about to
this
begin. Hello, folks.
event?
We are back.
Are
Sorry
you
about that. That's
ready?
my bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Get some big pairings today. Fabi versus Wei, Prague Sindarov, Nakagiri, and Blue Bomb Esipenko. Very important game there for those two.
Yeah. Yeah, very important. Um, yeah. I think well, okay, let's just maybe we'll see which one we want to do as game of the day. My suspicion is, even though my heart wants to follow Fabi, that the Prague Sindarov game is actually the game of the day. Because first of all, they're both on +1 and they're both fighting. And with Wei Yi, I just feel like, I mean, Fabi's going to try to win and all, but that guy's just playing. It's almost like he's playing for a draw. He's just playing. He's playing the same way he was playing the qualification tournament. He's just hanging out.
Yeah. Oh, and there we go. I just see knight f3 from Fabi. Berlin Chess, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. No. Oh, it's
Actually, maybe
taking back.
there was a take back. That's a take back with knight of
I don't,
three.
I don't think you're allowed to do that in chess.
Now I see it back on the board.
Oh, knight f3. I wonder if that was the first move, the ceremonial first move.
I mean, usually they don't do that only the first round, but who knows? All right,
Yeah.
I see Naka with C4. Mr. Bluebaum's playing D4. Okay.
Naka's interesting story. His interview yesterday, he said, "Why am I here?" So it's round two. He's already going to the "Why am I here?" Kind of thing.
Well, I was asking him the same thing. I was like, boss, why are you here?
Oh
Why are you
man,
here, buddy?
it's like father time. It's come for Naka. But I don't know. I feel like he's just got, so many fans, so much support. Even if he doesn't do well, like, he posts a video, his recap, he gets 1,000 comments, like, we love you, keep fighting.
Well,
Can
one
be
thing, I didn't
motivational.
watch the full Esipenko recap, but one thing I took away from it was that he is like before the round, instead of prepping, he was playing with his kid, which I mean is great if you want to be a father, right? But that's like hormonally not at all what you want to be doing before some big game. So that was already kind of telling to me in terms of like, well, how serious is Naka actually about what's going on here?
Yeah, it's not good for the prep either. Unless, kid's got some lines up his sleeve already, but somehow, somehow it down.
And Naka's playing like a reverse Sicilian now against Anish. So feels, yeah, I don't know if I want to call it unambitious, but no, you can play chess this way. You can play reverse Sicilian. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. This is actually, okay, this is interesting. He's playing a reverse classical Sicilian.
Yeah.
Which is the opening that he chose against the Wonder Liang in their recent match. Not the reverse classical, the actual classical Sicilian.
Well, now he just mixed it up with this E4.
Yeah, but this is a normal move. This is like playing e5 in the Sicilian.
I think this is kind of clever. This is kind of clever. So I have a strong feeling Anish has never looked strong a lot at this position, and now he has to think for himself. Yeah, it's not so easy, actually.
No, it's
That's
going to be fighting game.
that's a
Yeah.
good practical choice, I think.
Well, it shows that Naka's in a fighting mood. He's not, despite his words, he's not ready to just shut it down and go home. I mean, yeah, he could easily make a draw with e4 if he wanted to, but no, he's playing today. So that's good. Go, go Naka.
All right. Well, actually, I would say there's two candidates for game of the day. We got Fabi and Brog. Yeah, we can watch a second too. This is going to be an interesting momentito right now for Fabi because you have both D4 and Bishop G2 as big candidate moves. Or maybe even you could throw out an H4 if you want to be a madman. There might even be an H. I bet in the database you'll find some fool who's played H4 here.
H4, yeah, I mean, very popular in these lines. We'll see. Fabi probably has something cooked up his sleeve here. So does go back to knight f3. So it looks like that's what he has prepared for this candidate, which for me personally is very exciting. See him going for the knight f3 stuff. Always fun.
You know what? With the knight F3, I was just realizing, okay, so we know that Levon is helping him.
Mm-hmm.
But what's oh God, I've met the guy, hung out with him. The other guy, he's like 2,600 plus, lives in St. Louis, Russian
Well,
guy.
there's Grigory Oparin.
Oparin. So
Yeah.
Oparin is a longtime knight F3 player,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm guessing he's on his team too.
Yeah, I think so. Fabi was also working with this Spanish grandmaster, young guy. I think Miguel Ruiz. Santos Ruiz,
Okay.
who quite strong. I mean, I think like almost 2,600 or so. But yeah, I don't know his deal. Um, yeah, yeah, it's an interesting choice from Fabi. It's curious that he's spending a few minutes here. I guess there's a lot of moves for white, so maybe he's trying to choose or remember what to do.
Well, one of the things I was reflecting on, Kostya, after our sessions the last 2 days is Bobby tanks in positions that mortals don't necessarily tank in. And like, for example, yesterday, when he had that position, there was a couple times he really tanked hard. And, ultimately he found a great plan to equalize his black. And I feel like he is really trying to both make it as concrete as possible, whereas no, more normal chumps are just going to play intuitive moves. But in this position, I think he's really debating the different options. Even D3 is not the dumbest thing. With reverse colors, I had a guy put a dangerous attack on me once with D3, played D3, bishop D2, and then launched H4, H5.
Mm-hmm.
So there's all kinds of different plans for white. My memory of it is that the computer most like D4, but that's going to transpose into a variety of like Catalan-y things or
Yeah, it's just like
Grunfeld-y
normal,
things. Yeah.
normal kind of Catalan Grunfeld. Um,
And I guess we're going to say in the Prague game, that's we just have a classical theory with the bishop F4. Uh,
yeah, big theory there. Actually, Naka used to play this line all the time with
oh,
black.
Eugene's here. We got to change our
Oh, okay. All right, folks, give us a minute. We'll be right back.
Who are
Solid.
your top three? Mine's are Caruana, Sindarov, and Prague.
Oh, that was me too, man. That was
Yeah,
me
we
Oh,
too.
all have the
nice.
same top three, but Jesse's like, I'm winning. It's like we all have the same. All right, folks, welcome back. We have
Hi guys.
our friend Grandmaster Eugene Perelstein joining the show. Thanks, Eugene, for joining. How are
Yeah,
you?
absolutely. Doing good. Thanks. Excited to do some commentary.
We were just talking. You're the architect behind the Grand Prix that Prague used to defeat Geary first
Yeah,
round.
I was getting all these text messages like from all the people. They're like, "Oh, do you see Prague's playing your line? Prague's playing your line." I'm like, "What? Did he buy my course?"
Probably someone in his camp did. You know. Uh, yeah. So what do you
Fiedler
think of the?
is no longer his coach, right? So it must be somebody new.
Yeah, yeah. No more Sidler.
Hmm.
What do you think so far of the candidates you've been following?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, the first round was phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
So much drama, so many results in games. Yesterday was a little bit, draws, but still very tense. I feel like people are like settling in. And as we were talking, my top three are Caruana, Prague, and Sindarov, and they've been doing so far so good.
So on that topic, one of the things that me and Costa did in our podcast that at the time seemed controversial, now it seems really borne out, is we
Hmm.
both gave Naka really only like a 10% chance of winning this tournament. And so do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I felt when I did my SAP stack analysis.
Uh-huh.
I actually didn't think much of Naka's chances for several reasons. Number one, he hasn't played in the league tournament since Norway Chess, which is like ages ago, right? Last year. Number two, his blitz skills online are not as good as they used to be, right? So he
Mm,
actually is not winning as many of these online Title Tuesday tournaments. He's actually done poorly in those um, speed chess, like he lost to Lazovic, Firuja.
mhm.
So he's kind of declining in his best chess, right, online. And on top of that, number three, he's a uh, newly minted dad, as we all know, right, Jesse?
Right,
It's
right.
not easy
Yeah.
to deal with the being a dad, especially the first couple months.
Yeah. Well, actually, Eugene, one thing is we have a busted Ghost hit a he vibe coded a thing for our human eval there.
Oh,
But I
nice.
think I think you
Yes.
can we can we're just gonna tell him. We're gonna tell him what our evals are, and then he's gonna put it in. So, Kostya, right
Sure.
now, I'm gonna say this is an equal position, very dynamic position, but I'm going with equal right
You're
here.
on 0-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry
Which
folks, I can't get the bar to work. But yeah, if you guys have an eval, let me know. I can update it.
which game are we on?
The FOB game.
Fabi, yeah. I mean, they're only on move six, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think it's way too early to say which way the game's gonna go. Obviously, black is still fine, right? We're still in early theory. What's interesting is Fabi is tanking here on move six in a relatively well-known position. So not really sure. It's not like d5 is unknown what he is thinking here.
Well, okay, so Eugene, I thought like he also tanked on Bishop G2.
Hmm.
And if we go back to Bishop G2, I feel like there the options for white were D4, Bishop
Hmm.
G2,
Yep.
H4, even D3 isn't so dumb, so that you can meet Bishop G7 with Bishop D2.
And Queen A4 check and Queen H4. Famous idea, right?
Oh yeah, good, good, good.
Yeah.
So actually, I'm glad you brought that up because you could still do that here, right? You could still play Queen A4.
Hmm.
Okay, good. I'm glad you brought that up. I wasn't thinking about
I
that.
played this idea Queen A4 uh, because I played in the King's Indian with black and Queen H4. And I remember in one of these online, what was that tournament? US Chess League. I beat Mac Molnar with that. And
Nice.
Hmm.
I didn't have a knight on C3. I think I had pawns on D3, C3, like reverse King's Indian. Then I played Queen A4, Queen H4, Bishop H6 idea.
But yeah,
Um,
it's weird he's still thinking as yeah, it's yeah, known position.
Well known. This is like
well,
probably thousands of games.
Right.
but one of the things there is I was saying before, Eugene, is I've
Hmm.
noticed that he is tanking in positions and for longer than most mortals do, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So this one is a good example. I feel like sometimes I feel like he's tanking because he's really trying to make it as concrete as possible in
Hmm.
his calculations. Here, I think he's really trying to gauge what kind of game he wants, right? So, like H4, that's a man's move, right? I mean, that's a hell of a move to play H4.
And typically the idea H4 is to play quick H5 and not castle, and then you can do this Queen A4, Queen H4 as well.
Right?
Uh,
Okay, yeah,
so if black plays H5 themselves, then they weaken the G5 square. The
exactly.
knight can go to G5. So I think the more accurate way is to play H6. And the point if you play H5, then black meets it with G5.
Sure, yeah. Um, Another kind of I just want to put it out there. That's not a good move. But even D3 here, which looks dumb because of knight takes C3, even that is kind of interesting with pawn take. If they take it, you can play
Yeah, yeah.
D3. But I just want to say with that, if you were going to do D3, he would have done it last move. I just
Hmm.
want to, I was saying it's still possible you can play D3. And of course, if you were going to play D4, you would have also done that last move. But I think you could probably still get away with D4 here too. It's a
Yeah, I
little bit
think
spicy.
castle is the most common move for white, but Queen A4 or H4 are definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've looked at this position a couple of times, and H4 is always like the trendiest, most ambitious line. It's like what, like, the stronger players are generally going for, either here or in the last move.
Hmm.
But okay, it's always very complicated. Like black goes like knight c6, you go h5, they go bishop f5, they just start like bringing everything out, and
Hmm.
it's can get messy. But one thing for me, what I feel like I've seen about Fabi's time usage when he's in good form is that I think he generally plays pretty quickly, but then he'll tank at like key moments, like maybe 3 moments a game. He'll spend 15, 20 minutes to figure out like a very, very precise
Well,
direction.
even against Naka, right? It seems like he got a very nice t edge on the clock in the round one, and then he tanked at some point. Like he was even
He
slightly
was
behind.
up, yeah, out of the opening, and then he went like way below,
Yeah. So these
like three
big
moves.
tanks is probably not overall good for the tournament for him. I'm a little bit worried about that because he is double guessing himself, right? And that could backfire.
Well, I'm used to seeing him, let's say, spend like 20 minutes on a move, but then
Right.
he'll blitz out the next few moves quickly.
Hmm.
But then that game, he was like tanking and then tanking again and like just kept tanking. So he wasn't not quite finding the rhythm, I feel. And this just feels very early for a position, he's probably studied from both sides, to be honest.
Yeah, because he used to be a Grunfeld player for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, must have looked at this kind of stuff at some
One,
point.
I just want to say what gives me anxiety for white here is if I play normally, let's say castles, castles, and I still need to find a plan at that point. So the natural castles, part of the anxiety is like, well, what do I do after, say, knight c6 or
Hmm.
castles? And if you don't have a clue there, then you're going to be like, well, maybe I should. That's when you start experimenting with queen a4 and h4.
Hmm. Yeah, H4 is
E4.
a idea that I recommended with reverse color.
Uh-huh.
So against the English. So we have similar position, but black would play H5 when white plays early D4, CD knight D4. So here, kind of like white is a tempo up. Probably H4 has to be good, I'm guessing.
And
Yeah.
this I would have thought, by the way, that there would be more games in the database with this. I'm looking at the database now. No engine, but the database.
Hmm.
And there's not that many games. I'm only seeing in the Masters database,
Hmm.
I'm only seeing 26 games with H4.
Hmm.
It's got a good winning percentage, but still, I would have expected more than that.
Hmm.
And what's the most common reply to H4, H6 or knight C6?
Knight C6 and H4. And you
Hmm.
know what? I actually remember this now. Now that it hit me with the Knight C6, I remember talking to Yermo years ago, and
Hmm.
there was some analysis that he had with Knight C6, and that is the top move after H4.
Hmm.
That's actually a little
So
dirty.
they don't castle the key, right? The key is not to castle for black. Hmm.
Oh, this is actually pretty dark. This is actually this is a good example of a kind of trap you could fall into because h4, knight c6, h5, apparently bishop f5 is a thing.
Hmm.
You know, I don't that wouldn't be my first intuition, bishop f5, but that's clearly a computer move that's been in the
Yeah, very
database.
unusual square for the bishop in this structure.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think the idea is that if black doesn't go bishop f5, white can threaten h6, bishop f6, knight e4, and like winning the bishop. I
Oh
think
yeah, because the
that's
bishop on f6 has no squares. Hmm.
yeah, I think that's kind of yeah, because I remember analyzing this, and yeah, Engine's like showing bishop f5, and not everyone's playing bishop f5 because it looks weird, but
Hmm.
clearly the ones that are prepared do. Yeah.
Yeah, so a line here would be, some games have gone h6, bishop f6, castles.
Hmm.
And Le Quang Liem has played this a bunch of times, actually. Um, Black castles, and then, dude, knight h2. This is Ding has played this. Oh, interestingly, Ding has played this against Le Quang Liem, and Le Quang Liem has played it as
Oh
well.
wow. Hmm.
Now, again, knight h2, not the first thing to cross a chump's mind, if you know what I'm saying. Not the first thing to cross your mind.
Le Quang Liam, another St. Louis guy. Um, but yeah, this is high level stuff. So yeah, I really wonder what's going on through Fabi's mind. I think he must be choosing a direction because he probably has like several lines prepped and he's really trying to remember hard, but he's spending so much time. It's as if he's like
Well,
just
one
completely
thing
out of
that
book.
I don't know if he remembers that there's no increment until move 41, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
So
he remembers. He
you don't really want to
remembers.
get into a huge time pressure situation.
he
No,
better
I
remember.
mean, I can already remember. So round one, me and
Hmm.
Costa were following this move, Bishop B2. He spent just, it's the most natural move in the world. He took forever on it. Yesterday, he had this position where there were two big tanks
Hmm.
against a niche. And ultimately, he played good chess after the tanks. A lot of times I mean, one of the reasons we say don't tank forever is usually when you tank forever, you don't create a good move, right? You end up playing something kind of dumb. Whereas if your hand just played the move here, you'd probably, you're going to be fine.
Hmm. Oh, let me actually look at the online broadcast of Fabi thinking because they have a camera on him.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Now, the drama of that, I do like to watch it too, but the drama of that, unfortunately, is they're
Oh,
putting the
the eval.
eval bar on it.
Oh no. Yeah, unfortunately they. Hmm. Yeah, he's just sitting there relaxing. He's not stressed out.
Yeah, it's still kind of early. I mean, it's not like the eval is gonna spoil much for us here, but
But
yeah, I
okay,
wonder
here's
what
the
he's
thing
doing.
that we want to talk about with knight f3 and time pressure. So, knight f3 will often create openings where both players are on their own earlier. And I don't know to what extent they're on their own, but clearly he didn't have a plan about what he was going to do when he got here today. And because of that, it creates a time pressure situation that's much more intense. And then the first round with Naka and Fabi is a good example of that, right? They were on their own pretty early, both of them, even though Naka actually had seen that weird D4 B4 thing. Um,
Yeah, I was shocked that he was ready for it.
yeah, yeah, I was shocked too. But even then, it was still so complicated that both players are really gonna have, it's not like you play 12 moves of theory or something and then you're on your own. Here we're like we're thinking right away.
Do you guys want to do a quick walk over what's going on other boards?
We can, yeah.
Yeah, actually, like Prague Sindarov is getting kind of spicy. I feel
Oh wow, yeah.
because this line was like this was a very theoretical line a few years ago. Actually, it was Fabi who was playing this stuff against Magnus, right? Like this rookie eight. I forget which move order, but
Right, right.
this is kind of like this
Like
sharp.
a 2018 World Championship, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Reminiscent.
yeah.
And
Okay, I'll show the chat the opening. It was Queen's Gambit declined with early bishop e7, Armenian variation, knight f3, knight f6. So black kind of avoids the early bishop g5, white goes bishop f4.
Hmm.
And then e3, c5 is all very, very typical stuff. a3, queen c2. And then rook e8. Okay, so the normal move there is queen a5, I think,
Hmm.
by far.
Right.
But rook e8 played instead, usually with an e5 idea. So bishop g5 to get out of that, and then now d4 from Sindarov, which is like a very typical kind of equalizing break.
I remember Carlson's interview, and he said that they completely were either caught off guard by this rook e8 or just in general Fabi's prep in these lines, and he wasn't happy with white.
Yeah, I remember a few games Magnus kind of shut it down very quickly from the opening. Yeah, I think Fabi had some amazing prep for that match. Okay, so here like the big question would be rook to d1, I think.
Well, okay, so I'm at the database,
Hmm.
and very few, there's, let's see, the strongest player to ever play D4 was rated 24 something. We have some stronger players as white with this position, but
Hmm.
not really with black. So it's interesting as well that Sindarov did think a long time before playing D4 here.
So could bishop g5 be rare? Maybe rook d1 is more common?
Well, I want to just say with this Rookie 8 thing, I feel like Rookie 8 was a cool move when it came out a gazillion years ago, but it's not like people didn't know about Rookie 8, right? So,
Hmm.
yeah. Um, Actually, let me just see the frequency. Yeah, we have loads of games with Rookie 8. As Coach just said, the ancient move from back in the old World Championships, Korchnoi Kasparov was Queen A5. And that's a whole interesting thing on its own, of course. And the idea of rook e8 is pretty basic. Rook d1 is the main move, but then bishop g5 scores very well. And now most players played bishop e7 instead of d4. Okay, so now d4. Whew. Yeah, castle's long has got to be the big one. And then I'm assuming e5 after that, right?
Well, I'm not sure about castles long. In my experience, if you castle long, then black has a lot more potential with the queen sacrifice with dc3. Whereas if you go rook d1, they don't really have this option.
Mm.
So I don't know if this would be the position to sack the queen, but yeah, queenside castles DC would be a huge, huge question for white.
Oh, I don't know. If you're gonna be worried about something, I don't know about DC. By the way, the point for white in this whole thing is that if you want to support d4, so after like castles, and the natural move is e5, and then we can play either knight e4 or knight d5. That's, we should just point out as like the fundamental little zinger that white's got going for him here.
Yeah, no, I think these positions are very, very frisky. Like one mistake and black can end up seriously worse.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
But I think both of them are out of book at this point.
you
Maybe.
think so?
I
I
don't
have a
know
feeling.
about I don't know about White being out of book. It definitely feels like Sindarov tanking forever. Uh,
But Prague he's the one down on time now.
Hmm.
yeah.
So Sindarov he spent 7.5 minutes on d4. But that's a little odd. Like, okay, rook e8, rook d1 we said is the main move there. But bishop g5 is like very thematic
Yes.
as a response to rook e8. So it's like,
Mhm.
okay, maybe he prepared a lot of stuff. He just didn't remember this exact thing. Happens.
Well, yeah, especially think about Prague if he played e4 in round one, d4 in round two, round three now. I mean, his prep is so wide, and if you don't expect this rook e8 line, it's very difficult to remember everything.
For sure. Yeah, and
I'm
he
gonna
went for
okay.
like
I
knight
want to push
c3,
back again.
bishop
I'm gonna say Rook
e7.
E8 has been the main move for a while. I know Queen A5 was like what Korstoy and Karpov did all the time, but
Hmm.
Rook E8 that's been like the main thing for I think. And I think you said it, Kosi. Like Naka did it a while. It's been a while too.
That he
Okay,
was playing
guys, I'm
rook
looking
e8.
at Prague's body language. He is not happy. His hands around his ears, he is shaking and calculating intensely.
Damn.
I would say, like, if I'm white, like, first of all, I would say, okay, castles. I'm not worried about Kostas DC, but that would be amazing if we saw that. Uh, it seems to me like then black is playing E5, and then I have to decide, do I want knight D5 or knight E4? They both look very pleasant.
Do you want to quickly talk about Naka game? A lot of
Yeah,
Naka fans maybe watching us.
absolutely. Maybe
They're
maybe
already on us, buddy.
maybe not
They're
so
already
many
on
Naka
us.
fans actually are watching this
Okay.
particular stream.
They've already abandoned us,
Yeah,
dude.
they already lost you. Okay,
Um,
so this line in the Naka, this reversed Sicilian, right?
Right.
yes,
With C4. So you know who invented that? I believe Kramnik, right?
with like D3 specifically, or
Yes,
just the whole.
specifically D3.
Okay, well that makes
Uh,
sense. He was also like big classical Sicilian guy.
exactly. So he's basically, I'm playing Sicilian for free, right? Why not? And then, do you know that Geary was Kramnik's second during the when Kramnik went crazy with like one E4? Was it 2018?
Uh huh.
Yeah, for the 2018 candidates. Remember, he had a lot of crazy games where he was like playing all sorts of positions for win. Geary was Kramnik's second. So Naka is playing a line that Kramnik invented, and Geary was Kramnik's second. So Geary has to be extremely familiar with this line.
Oh, very interesting.
So Naka might have missed this in his prep. He forgot.
Yeah, I mean it's not exactly like well-known knowledge what you just said about Geary
Hmm.
helping Vlad or like the specific line. So I don't know.
So lots of stuff are basically behind the scenes that we don't know, but it's interesting just to think about.
By the
Yeah, yeah.
way, I feel like, we do a little bit guess the move,
Hmm.
and I think you won. You won, Eugene, because
I did. What did I guess?
well,
I...
Bobby eventually played Queen A4,
Oh yeah, he played my move. Okay.
though now unfortunately for him, he's tanking a little bit again. I guess the main move, well, there you could so the database says either Queen C4 castles or even Knight G5 here. It's very
Mm,
tricky,
that's
very
tricky.
tricky.
Yeah, I wouldn't know knight g5.
Yeah.
But this okay, to me it's very confusing cuz like queen a4 check, oh, and knight g5. Okay, so that feels like this is a line, right? That he's looked at.
Hmm.
Like this is not just Fabi just playing like I think this looks good. Let me just play this.
Hmm.
So,
Oh my God, it's on the board. I didn't realize it was on the board. I was just mentioning that as
Yeah,
an.
yeah, yeah, he just
yeah,
played
he
it.
just played it so pretty quickly, too.
Hmm.
Um
Does that mean that he has finally remembered his line?
so he yeah, must have been trying to remember or choosing directions, or maybe he saw something like he didn't remember. I don't know. Do you guys do that where you have prep but then you notice something, like you notice a move that you're not quite sure and you're like, okay, do I actually even want to play my prep now because
Well,
I'm
I
not sure
noticed
that
that I
it.
have prep in my files, but when I put it on, when I play it over the board, I don't remember anything. Uh,
All right,
but
let's talk about this for a second.
knight
So
b6.
he
Hmm.
played Knight B6.
Hmm.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to stress that's actually a novelty, Knight B6.
He played it instantly, by the way.
Yeah, very fast.
And the main move in the database is E6. So Knight B6.
Yeah, e6, I have like vague memory of looking at e6. I don't remember anything.
Mm-hmm.
But knight b6 is interesting.
All right,
So
so
will you take
now,
on c6 or no?
yeah.
What's your gut feeling on this one? My gut feeling is definitely no,
That he won't or that he shouldn't.
that he should not take it.
Should not.
I
Well,
feel like it's risky.
Of course.
let's just say once you play Knight G5, you are in the risk. You are in the
That's
risk
right.
category.
I'm already burning some bridges here.
Okay, wait. I want to say a couple basic things. So, E6 looked maybe the most critical. There's a couple issues with Knight B6. One, when you play Knight G5, you abandon your D4 square, and the whole thing with black in these positions is eventually to get good counterplay with some kind of Knight D4 at some point, right? You're also making it difficult for white to play D3. So the disadvantages to knight b6 for me are you are giving me the opportunity to take the knight on c6, and you have moved the knight to b6 where it's significantly less active. So I don't know yet what the right move for white is, but it feels like we're giving white some interesting possibilities now with knight b6. And that now maybe of course, like you guys said, maybe he's just still totally in his theory and yada yada. But those just the intuitive reaction I have to knight b6.
My feel is this is exactly kind of position the way he likes. Um,
Mhm.
he has a little bit of initiative with black. White is a little overextended with this knight g5. I feel like the game could uh, enter some forced, complicated sequences later where we shines.
Fair,
So I
yeah.
feel like Fabi is playing with fire in this one, and I would not be surprised if he overpresses.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's their score, by the way? I think doesn't Fabio have a very good score against Wei, or am I miss? Did I mishear that?
I haven't checked, but I can quickly check in my database.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I feel like you got to take the two pawns. Not that you have to, but uh, well, actually, I truly, don't see Black's compensation for me is that he's blitzed this all out, so he must be good here. He must be
Oh my
okay.
God, Fabi has his number, guys.
Oh yeah.
One, two, three, 4, 5 wins from 2016 to 2025 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 7 games. So 2 draws.
Wow. Five
That's
wins, two
insane.
draws.
That's insane.
That's
And the last win in Norway Chess 2015, Fabi played knight f3 on move 1.
Mm-hmm.
wait. That was last year, 2025.
Yes. And Fabi plays some weird King's Indian with white. That's a really bizarre way. And then he played like bishop e3. It was a weird game. It was like knight f3, knight f6, g3, c5, bishop g2, d5, castles g6, d3, bishop g7, bishop e3 to induce d4. And Fabi won that game.
I remember that one.
All right, you guys, I want to say this is a hard decision for Fabi, and I'm gonna guess he tanks really hard. I think it's really a bummer for Fabi that knight b6 was played quickly. It's like, oh shit, this guy's got it figured. So
Yep.
there's a big choice. I guess the main moves are queen h4 and bishop takes c6. Now, the good news about queen h4 is I don't think we're gonna like, oh, there's a bummer with queen h4, my friends.
h6 maybe.
The bummer with queen h4 is h6, knight f3, and bishop f6. And then it's like, well, what happened? What happened to my queen?
Or I can play c4 as black, right? After
Maybe
h6, knight
something,
f3,
maybe
c4,
something
and
is,
now you can't play b3 or d3 easier.
yeah.
But
Okay.
h6 isn't knight g4. Wouldn't that be the idea?
What do you mean knight g4?
After
Oh,
h6,
knight
knight
ge4.
ge4. Yeah.
Okay, good point. Yeah.
But even this, what's your next move? I play like c4 or something. G5 up in the air in some lines, f5 up in the air.
No, I don't get it for white. I
I
don't
don't
see it.
understand.
Yeah.
Like if black has castled, then queen on h4 is a beast. But with the rook
Right.
on h8, I don't understand.
I
Yeah.
agree with that. Okay. So then let's look and just get an intuitive feel. Obviously, the bummer is that Wei's actually looked at this thing, whereas we have not with the beast, and not as Fabi. But bishop takes c6, pawn takes, queen takes. I'm assuming bishop d7,
Hmm.
queen c5. And then we got two pawns, but there's all kinds of crud that might happen to us. It's not
Yes.
clear what the crud is. The
But
main
that's the thing, though. It's not like a thematic compensation. It's not like a Banco Gambit and we're castled queenside and it's like very obvious. Here, it's like white has okay. The light square is a little bit weak, but other than that, like no real weaknesses, right? In terms of the pawns, two pawns up, and it's not even like they're that behind in development. King is not really open. Like king is safe on e1, so it does feel like very like it's fishy compensation, meaning it comes from stockfish. But like for a human, it like I feel like you make one wrong move here, you're just down two pawns, right? Like
But I see like Dubov and Kasparov playing this
Yeah.
like without thinking. Like
Mm.
these are positions that they just feel with the tip of their fingers. Like the two bishops, the initiative, the white king exposed. It's a long-term compensation that's not going to go away anytime soon.
All right, Kosi, let me try to defend Black's honor, just so we can play it out. By the way, I think we're agreed that this position with Queen C5 is kind of forced if we get Bishop takes C6, right?
I think so.
Hmm.
Okay, I'll try to defend Black's honor. Let's just start with the basic move, Rook C8.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Rick C8. Okay, I try Queen E3.
Okay.
Knight C4 is coming though.
Yeah, but like where to? I guess I could have maybe tried Queen A5. Okay,
Yeah,
I go
Queen
Queen
A5
A5.
means more sense. At least you can trade queens if not.
Yeah, just be more annoying.
Okay, I was thinking H6.
Okay, let's
Maybe I got something better, but that's my first thought.
say here. So knight E4, we kind of run low on squares. So maybe I'll go knight F3.
And I was thinking, could I just play Bishop H3 and just say, hey, I got compensation?
Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to get that bishop out of the way. But maybe just D3 and just slowly. I guess Bishop G2 is annoying.
Bishop G2 is kind of a annoying problem, yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I think Fabi made a move. I want to watch the camera.
He took.
He took,
Wow.
baby.
Wow.
He's a man today.
He is a man. Well, you're right, Jesse. Once he played knight G5, you can't go back.
But yeah, it feels like you kind of have to. I mean, there's just like nothing at all with Queen H4, and then like Queen back doesn't make sense.
It's crazy. He doesn't
Have to
show
take.
any emotion at all. He just took it like what's the big deal? Wow.
Yeah.
I would be scared as white.
All right, everybody, do not tell us the eval. Do not. Do not tell us because this is like, this one's a really hard one to try to assess with the human eye here.
I mean, I definitely say compensation. I haven't checked with the engine these positions, but my feel is it has to be at least enough for quality for black.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'll say this. If I'm white and the worst thing I see is that Bishop H3, then I think I do it just because I don't know what else to do. Okay?
Yeah.
But the fear is when you get into this is like, oh shit, maybe he's got something even better. Maybe he's got something even better than that Bishop H3 chump plan. Bishop D7. We're GMs today because we said this Queen C5 thing was forced.
You know what? I fixed the problem with the FIDE showing the eval bar.
Okay.
How did you fix it?
Well, I put a window over the right side of the video so that I can only see Fabi and his
Oh,
body
yeah,
language.
you hide it.
Because that's all I really. Because Wei Yi shows nothing. Like Fabi doesn't show much. Wei Yi
Right.
shows nothing, right? So
Yeah.
I don't need to see Wei Yi. I know what he looks like right now.
That's a
Fabi
good
though,
point.
I can watch his board, and the eval bar's on the right side, so. Could just watch his body language. In the meantime, so for the eval, Eugene, you want to say 0-0?
At least compensation. 0-0 is the computer eval, but I would say humanly compensation.
Yeah.
All right,
That's how I would see it.
I'm gonna say plus 0.2. I'm gonna go plus 0.2.
Okay.
So I'm at like point. Actually, I'm at 0.4 myself, but
Okay.
for me, it's like whether it's 0.4 or 0.6. I mean, the human eval, I agree. I 100% agree with Eugene. It's just like long-term compensation. It's practically very annoying for white, but black also has to be careful. I think so. It's not like it's just so easy for him.
Well, and also let's just say from a practical standpoint, you'd much rather be black here.
Of
You got
course. I mean,
35
all of black's
minutes
pieces
up.
are developed, natural squares. White's rooks are not in the game. The bishop on C1 is dead. The king has no clear future.
And like Fabi doesn't know if there's an accident. Like maybe Bishop H3 is the best plan for black, but maybe there's some other nasty thing. He has no idea.
Okay, bishop D7 is on the board.
Yeah. And
By
he's
the way,
thinking,
guys, I'm gonna in a minute jump off, and then I'll join you in an hour and a half.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
I think the games will still be going.
Yes.
By the way, I wanted to just say we were on this thing of body language. Eugene is a body language expert. He is, dude. So
Well, I
we're
wouldn't
gonna
say expert, but at least my career, I've been looking enough body language.
Okay, G, we'll see you in a little
All
bit.
right. Thank you, guys. See you soon.
All right, see you soon.
All right. Yeah, this is bad news for Fabi that he's tanking on Queen C5. Oh man.
Well, I don't know if he's I mean, he's spending a little bit of time, but I think that's okay to spend just a moment here, make sure like because he's already up one pawn, so maybe he does go back Queen F3 or something,
Mm.
and
Yeah.
I think there's something to be said. When you're facing this computer prep, it's like 100% Wei has looked at taking both pawns with Queen takes C5, but maybe he hasn't checked Queen F3, as deeply or as carefully as when he's two pawns down. So there's some kind of element, I think, of looking for your options at least.
I just want to say I really believe in Black's position if you don't take the pawn though, because uh Black castles, Bishop C6 is going to show up soon. The knight on G5 doesn't have any great squares, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I also like Eugene's C4 idea, like if Queen F3 C4.
That's also a thought, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like you just can never develop healthily. So
Queen
yeah, he
C5,
takes.
all in, yeah.
He
Beautiful.
takes.
All right, my friends, this is officially the game of the day. You can talk to us about other games. It's just the game of the day.
I mean, we'll
But
keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on it.
yeah.
Something dramatic happens, we'll mention it, or chat will mention it, and then we'll mention it also. This reminds
So,
me of that game where Fabi stacked two pawns against Ding Liren a couple of years ago.
well, I was just going to say that like this is the kind of thing that Fabi generally does to other people.
Yeah,
And one of the things that other people have come to know about Fabi is a lot of times it's not a computer, necessarily a computer approved thing. Like
right.
the computer might have some line that crushes it, but Fabi's bet is like, no, they're not going to find that, you know?
Yeah, no, Fabi likes to bluff. He likes to bluff. I mean, he'll not so much in classical, but sometimes. I mean, he'll play lines where it's like black is a little bit better according to the engine, but it's weird and it's unclear, and he likes white's chances, and he'll play it even though like the engine likes black. Even it's like he, yeah, I think he. I don't know where it comes from. I feel like his old coach Rustam Kazimzanov was really good at like
Mm.
finding these kinds of ideas and positions that are according to the engine, nothing special, but then very unpleasant for the human side. But yeah, now Wei's, of course, giving him a taste of his own medicine here.
So, Lalo, what position was in Shanklin's course?
I think after Bishop H3, maybe. Is that true?
Oh, really interesting.
Can we get Shanklin?
Can we get Shanklin on the show?
Need Sam on to.
Wow. Okay. So one of the things I want to give myself props for is that was the best I could find uh
Yeah.
for black. So let's put that on the screen and let me defend. Well, I don't know. You can defend, but let's put in Rook C8, Queen A5, H6, Knight F3, Bishop H3.
And I just want to ask, so without revealing too much, is that the Shanklin course like where he recommends C4, Knight F3 from White's point of view, or is that one of his anti D4? I just want to know, is he writing the course from Black side or from White side? Because I know he has a Knight F3 and C4 course, so I wonder if it's from that. Neo Catalan. Okay, so it's from the White side. Okay.
Amazing. Okay.
So that means that Shanky maybe shares my opinion on this position, which is that maybe the computer thinks it's equal, but practically he doesn't think black is enough.
Okay, so we have a little like transposition. I played Rook C8 first. Looks like it doesn't matter. And Queen A5 played, so we get our position.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah, so
it's gonna be
h6,
spicy.
h6, knight f3 on the board, rook c8, queen a5, and now yeah, we're expecting bishop h3.
All right, let me try to defend White's honor, Kosi. So Bishop H3. I want to play B3, and we're gonna see if you can waste me after B3. And just my intention is not only to get my bishop out, but to make sure no knight C4 hurts my coconuts.
Okay. Well, yeah, if I was playing black, I go bishop g2, rook g1, take f3, g ef,
Mm-hmm.
and
Ooh, you can play queen d3 there, by the way, because I don't queen b5 no lo puedo at the moment.
queen d3 is there, but maybe I just castle first.
It
Do I
might
need
not
queen
make a
d3?
difference. It might not make a difference. Okay.
And okay, bishop h3 is on the board, folks. So we're not missing the live moves. We're literally analyzing what they're going for already.
And actually, what's cool about this commentary is like the other people with their engines will have seen all of this on their screens, but we had to we didn't know, and the point is like Fabi didn't know either. He hasn't seen this thing before. Poor guy. Yeah. All right, I want to play
Most likely not.
bishop b2 after castles.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see.
This looks very dangerous, man. Holy moly.
It does. It does. And now white's pawns are so weak that I totally believe in black's long-term compensation. It's like you don't need to win back anything as black. It's like you just need to get the pieces out because it's like so hard for white to do anything it doesn't feel like white's up 2 pawns at all.
Well, and
Basically.
just to show an example variation, let's say queen d3, let's say a castle long, and there might be something very fancy for black there, but even if you just play queen takes f3 and look at the position, you're like, well, I don't want to be white,
No, yeah, totally.
right? Because what is my extra pawn doing? Absolutely nada.
Yeah.
Okay, time out. Let's go back with this position with bishop h3. This is a real hassle in the castle. Um, This is the kind of thing where in the engine might want to move like rook g1, but it takes some coconuts of steel to play rook g1.
Yeah.
All right, Kosi, I'm going to play rook g1 because I think if you shatter me, it's real nasty. Plus, I'm going to make the bet that I want you to be a little afraid that someday g4 rook g3 is going to get you.
Mm-hmm. No, to me this looks like the key move because this bishop g2 looks just so. Like I feel like if black gets bishop g2, bishop f3, and then just optically, practically, they've got to be okay. So
Okay.
I like rook g1. I would just play it. I would be like, just show me.
Lauren
Just
has
show
a,
me.
Lauren does have a stupid question. So for Lauren wants to play queen a7. And the point is, Lauren, you don't need more pawns. You got enough pawns. You need to develop your coconuts. Yeah.
True. Yeah, it just doesn't help white
But
with
to
the
be fair,
development.
Lauren, that might be a computer move, but that is not a human move to play queen a7.
Yeah. No, very scary. Very, very scary for whites. Okay, so Fabi probably tanking again here. Let's see if we can try to guess the
And
move, guys.
and let's take Eugene out for a second so we can get an accurate
Okay,
eval.
I pause him. Yes.
Yeah, pause him. And I'm gonna say, whew, man. I'm going to say I would rather be black, but that the objective evaluation is probably something like plus zero point 0.3.
Mm-hmm. She's right where we're at.
Okay, good. What do you got?
I have it at point 0.4.
Okay, well then it should show 0.35, right? If we have both of those up there.
Um, oh wait, you said point 0.3?
Zero point 0.3, yeah.
Oh yeah, 0.35. Yeah, very, very spicy.
Oh, this is beautiful, man. All right, so we're playing guess the move, and we're saying rook g1. Kosti, do you have any other ideas for white besides, obviously we tried b3, and that looked real nasty. Besides rook g1, do we have any other thoughts?
Yeah, let me think. Let me think. Is there any way to... I have one thought, which was queen b5 check. I don't think he played it though, but queen
Okay,
b5 check would be a question.
queen b5 check is maybe.
Like to try to bail out, right? Bishop d7, queen a5, like as an option.
Mm. Okay, I want to say that if you go back with bishop d7, then that gives me the option to play queen a6, which might be a better square for me than a5.
Sure.
Because but I don't know. That's just another thought. Now, yeah, queen b5 is maybe a good practical move. So, for example, the engine might have some kind of analysis that it showed Wei Yi about like rook g1 being best, and then maybe he's memorized some long thing. But queen b5 the engine is a kind of move the engine might not even show because it's like, oh, that's equal after bishop d7. But first of all, if bishop d7 is the best move, then you want to, even if you want to win, you repeat once because that's the old Russian truth. You always repeat if you can.
You mean
Now,
on queen b5 if it's the best move?
no, no, no. What I'm saying is if bishop d7 is the best move,
Mm-hmm.
you play queen b5 and
Oh,
repeatedly.
from White's point of view, you would
Yeah.
repeat. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Because from Black's point of view, it's like Fabi's down on time. So if you can avoid the repetition, like you have some way to play for a win, like with knight d7 or
No,
something
no, no, no.
crazy.
I don't
Then
mean
yeah.
it that way because I mean like if you whenever you can repeat, on principle you repeat. That's the
Well,
golden rule.
I understand that's the rule, but I don't think that applies in all cases, of course.
I think definitely applies here, man, because then you show you're in control. You maybe take the draw too.
But not from Black's point of view, if you wanted to play for the win, because you don't want Fabi to get closer to the time control.
Oh no, no, I totally agree. If you're black here, you're totally happy with your position.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I'm saying even if you were Fabi and you wanted to win this game, you should repeat once because it puts pressure on black. It's like, okay, black, do you want to go for it with knight d7? And I think that's one of my first questions is what do we think about queen b5, knight d7?
Hmm.
It still seems like black has fine compensation.
Yeah, it might not be helping White this exchange. No, I agree. Yeah, if Queen B5, if I thought Black has to play Bishop D7, then it's absolutely. I think it's a very practical choice. To try to get to move 40, if nothing
Right,
else.
right.
But yeah, it's also a bit of a power play. Okay, we still need another idea though. So
Oh, oh. So one thing we should mention, I don't know if this helps us too much. Maybe it doesn't actually. I was going to say that we could consider. Oh, here's a really weird move, Kostya. We could consider playing d4 here. And the intention would be that on bishop g2, then we play queen b5 check. That's a tricky business right there.
I don't know.
Oh, my friends, this is going to be time scramble mayhem.
This could get very very sharp. Yeah, D4 somehow doesn't feel right to me just because it's feels like a target, but it's a tough position.
Well, it's very concrete, right? Like, mm, I mean, okay, let's say the main move on d4 that I don't know is black just castles and says, what? Then what do I got going on, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. D4 castles.
All right, Fabi, I'm leaning towards. Okay, okay, so let's think about queen b5, knight d7. So what do you do then, Kostya, for white?
Yeah, because actually I just noticed if queen b5, bishop d7, you can go queen d3. And then what does black do there?
Okay, good point. Yeah.
So yeah, if we're allowed to castle, we're probably a lot safer. So maybe knight d7 is key.
Now, I want to say the obvious. After you play queen b5, you're no longer in a position to play d3 or b3 because of rook takes c3. So queen b5, knight d7, you either have to go back to rook g1 or play the weird d4 move.
Or queen d3 again. So I cover
Okay, good,
f3
good, good,
and
good point. Yeah. Though later there, you're going to get whacked with a knight c5, right? So then he could play like castles, move his queen, and then knight c5. Yeah.
right. But okay, we get some time.
Wow, this is, oh man, this is hard, man.
Yeah.
This is hard.
And again, Fabi gets into very kind of non-standard position, atypical structure. He's got to figure it out. It's
Sweet
tough.
Blues is talking about queen b5, king f8, and I think really the h8 rook needs to get in the game. So it's not about the king being poor, it's about the rook on h8 not getting in. Also, when you look at it, like knight d7, really, if you want to play for the win or whatever, knight d7 doesn't hurt you that much, really. Oh, Fabi's going deep, man. Ooh.
Oh, Michiko, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you, Michiko. We haven't seen Michiko for years. For
Been a
years and
while.
years.
Now we have a candidates code, guys. I just pinned it in the chat. You can use code candidates if you want to join the dojo, join the training program, the new live classes. We got different tiers. You can get 20% off the full year with the code candidates, or off your first month. If you want to get a training program, a structured training plan, access to community support on your chess improvement journey, accountability tools, it's all there at chessdojo.club.
So Nikki asks, what's the plan for Fabi? I'll tell you, broadly speaking, it's to get your guys out. That's the main plan. To get out without getting wrecked. And basically, we've been seeing white getting wrecked on b3, d3. Rook g1's interesting. Queen b5 seems to be our main question to black. My sense is too is that he is looking at queen b5, but he's wondering, can black play knight d7 and just claim to have an amazing game, and say that like my queen's misplaced there.
Right. I would hate this position as white personally. Like it's so annoying. I just want to get my pieces out and put some pressure and attack. And
Well, let me defend white's honor, Kostya. I'll play queen b5.
yeah. Okay. I try
Try
bishop
knight
d7.
d7. Just try knight d7 first anyway, because
Sure.
otherwise, that's the only fear that Fabi has is knight
Mm-hmm.
d7.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, a big question. All right, Kostya. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna play d4. Maybe sad, but I did it.
Bishop g2.
All right, rook g1.
I take.
Take.
Uh, castle.
Okay. Now, if I play bishop e3, I'm running into rook b8. So I'm going to play queen e2. I just want to say this is clear compensation. What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Oh, some stuff. All right, I'm going to take my d4 back, but this is a good variation because it gives a sample of like what long-term compensation for black could look like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so knight d7. One of the questions about this, right, is like that Fabi I think is thinking about is like if I do it this way and he plays knight d7 and rook g1's my only move, then am I helping him by queen b5? Or is this rook g1 a hell of a drug? So all right, here we go. Queen b5. Let's try it first with queen b5. So queen b5, knight d7, rook g1.
Yeah, I think this is what I would do. Because queen b5 gives black a chance to play bishop d7, so then I can bail out and go home and look at the line. And then rook. Okay, if he goes knight d7, then yeah, I got to go rook g1. Okay, now probably black castles.
All right. And let's address the first question in the room, which is g4.
Yeah, so g4 maybe. Knight f6.
We do have a move. Queen b5 check. Oh, GM's
Ooh.
today, buddy.
Okay.
GM's today.
And now a question for Wei Yi.
Yeah. Let's continue our variation though, because we know that bishop d7 is the weenie move for Wei Yi, and knight d7 is the champion's move.
Right. Okay, so rook g1, castle g4. I was gonna go knight f6 there.
Okay, my question and my intention was to play g5 like a maniac.
G5.
By the way, I have a piece of wisdom. My piece of wisdom is when you're in these situations where you've stolen a bunch of junk and you're just sitting back, it's better to not move any of your coconuts. This is what an IM told me years and years ago. And it was kind of mind-blowing because think about it. The second you move any of your coconuts, you're creating weaknesses. But if you're just looking at the position as is, there's no easy way for black to break through.
Yeah. It's tough to not push anything though.
Of course. Now, one cool thing about this g5 move, Kosi, is if you go bishop d7, I can play gf6, bishop b5, fg7, king g7, knight b5, and then claim I'm winning.
Wait, what was the line?
So if bishop d7 here first, I take on f6, intermezzo.
Yeah. And knight b5.
So that means I think that you got to take my coconut on g5.
Yeah, I was going to take.
All right, knight takes. My knight returns to the scene of his first crime.
Okay, bishop d7.
Queen b4. Well, this is kind of fun for white. It's not just black who's having all the fun now.
Kind of. Maybe queen c7.
Queen h4.
Queen h4. And, okay, I play... Be good move. Let's just say bishop f5.
All right. Wildcoast is thinking, I want to say, if I could get this for white, compared to what I had before, I really want this
At
one.
least, yeah, you have your own ideas too.
Probably d3.
D3.
I
Okay.
might be able to play E4 there too, but we're gonna play D3 first because we're normal people.
I'll just show for the chat. I was hoping for the wonderful knight D5, which wins for black. It's so funny. So yeah, D3, and then
I'm not dead.
no, I mean, I think it's still one of those positions where, like, if black just makes one false move, you just end up down pawns, and
I think it might have already happened.
maybe, yeah. Okay, so we had rook G1.
Oh, this is fun, dude. Okay, G1. Now you can always throw a move like rook C5 in. I don't know how much it helps you, but you can throw that thing in.
Yeah. Thinking about rook B8 too. Knight D7 played.
Dang,
Oh man.
3 minutes.
Oh man. Wei Yi.
He's going for it, buddy. Okay, I want Fabi to play Rook G1 soon. I want him to do it soon.
Oh man.
All right, let's do it again. I believe in white, by the way. So far, I have not seen blacks play. So Rook G1.
But once you play rook G1, it's just like that's it. You're committed to a dogfight.
I was already committed. The second I played that Knight G5 weird shit, I'm all in.
Yeah, but now it's like that's really bad. Now you're definitely not castling, and
But I don't think once Bishop H3 shows up, Kostya, I'm not castling anymore. I'm just not.
I mean there was hopes of simplifying and
Okay, wait, Kostya.
getting
What are your
queenside.
hopes, buddy? Show me. You're talking all this smack. Let's see it, buddy. What do you want to do after Rook G1?
Okay. Um,
Maybe
no, I'm just saying, yeah,
H5.
position gets difficult. But no, I mean, I was liking white this whole time. So for me, I feel like, yeah, it's like no weaknesses in white's camp, and it's two pawns, and you have to play like stockfish to kind of prove it. Um, but okay, I tried to play like Wei Yi.
I want to stress what I said earlier is that he can't get me until I move the coconuts. Like F2, E2, D2, B2. Until I move one of those guys, he doesn't have a clear target. So me not moving my coconuts out is the wise thing to do. I had a very similar situation, a game against Yermo 2005 in Berkeley. Holy moly. Remarkably similar. Hold on, Cry. Go find that game. That game, buddy. Wow. So.
Okay, while I was looking that up, guys, who are we rooting for? Are we still pulling for Fabi, or we got some Wei Yi fans? Let me also just take a look. Actually, yeah, I haven't. So yeah, Prague Sindarov, these guys they went down some sharp line. Takes on f6, knight e4, queen f5, and now Prague he is tanking in this one, so he's going down on the clock. But okay, position. I mean, still very early, so a lot of these games actually could very easily go down to the time scrambles here.
Okay, Kostya,
Big game.
could you just start at the beginning?
He's
And I want to show this game because it's a conceptual thing. So the conceptual thing is when you steal a bunch of coconuts, You want to keep your people down.
Right.
All right, so knight f3.
So this is your game against Uncle Yormo.
Uncle Yermo, yeah, this is an amazing thing. And knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5, cd, knight takes. So we have already a slightly similar situats to what we're dealing with here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I played queen a4. Uh, Perelson was talking about this earlier. Bishop d7, queen c2, and apparently, yeah, my notes say that Yermolinsky I had played this against Fed, and Yermolinsky had prepped this. So knight b4, queen b3, c5, knight e4. All right, queen a5. Okay, so now we hit this really bizarre moment. I played knight fg5. All right. He
Mm-hmm.
plays knight 8c6. Queen takes f7. There's a bunch of analysis here, but we're just going to go through the main moves.
Wow.
Queen c4, knight e5, queen c3, bishop g7, knight takes c5, king e8, d4, knight c2 check, king d1, queen takes, pawn takes, knight a1, de5. Holy shit!
Yeah. Interesting game.
Well, we'll just finish it up. By the way, the analysis really, actually, when you just imagine this position with before the queens come off, it's exactly that situation where we have in the game where the coconuts, it's only when white moves the coconuts that there's questions.
Right.
Rook d8, bishop d2, bishop e5, king c1, rook f8. Knight d3. It was amazing too. I remember the postmortem, and Jan Elvis was like infuriated that they couldn't find a win for black. He was really pissed. He was like, "You can't play chess this way." Bishop h8, king v2, and now I'm winning. Holy crap! What a yeah, total madness. So
Yeah. Similar.
it had the queen a4, it had the knight fg5, and it had basically this thing, right, where black blows it all up, but still not super easy to find what to do. Rook G1 played. You know who's GMs today? We, my friend, are GMs today.
G1. Found it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Now we'll see how deep the prep runs for Wei Yi. It's 97. Probably he still knew this.
Or he said to himself, you know what? This is my opportunity with this time advantage. And
Wow.
bishop d7 isn't it?
Swinging for the fences.
All right, Kosia, I'm going to boldly say point 0.4 for white, just because I feel like it's really cool that we have actually Lauren, I believe, was asking, or somebody was asking, what's the plan for white? And now what we have is we have a plan for white, which is I am going to activate my rook on g1 with g4. I'm going to threaten rook g3. And if we do Kostia's line with knight f6, I'm going to play g5 and have a little bit of play. And then the cool thing conceptually about it is to say, look, buddy, I am not going to move my coconuts until I am good and ready. Because until I move my coconuts, you can't actually deliver the goods.
Dang, he just castled too.
He
He's
doesn't care.
playing this very fast still.
But on the other hand, what were you supposed to do? I
Well,
didn't really see another move.
there was bishop g4. I think was interesting. If you were worried about g4.
Okay, fair, fair.
I also think just from a general point of view, like if he was out of book, he would spend 20 minutes on this position because it's like it's just
I
so
feel it's
messy.
more conceptual for black, but I think now with G4 it becomes very concrete. Well, a little bit concrete, a little concrete after G4.
Yeah.
It is so nice that white gets to create a threat after G4. So nice.
I thought of another option for black. So g4.
I did too, yeah.
Maybe we go h5.
Holy crap, that wasn't my option. Okay, H5?
So it
Really?
takes rook c5.
Oh, okay, that's clever. That might be super clever. That could be a pain in the butt, I'll tell you that. Huh. Now the rook, it looks like the rook coming to h5 is a really cool thing, but let's first just see how cool it actually is. So GH, good move, Kosi, by the way, good move. Uh, Rook c5. Let me
Yeah.
try Queen a4,
Okay, rook h5.
h5. d4 is my intention.
Lauren was asking why not queen a7.
He loves
Uh,
Queen
no,
e7.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so with d4, my claim is that your rook is more offsides than anything, even though he looks so amazing over there. We have a
Oh,
move, my
g4
friends. We're
played.
GMs today. G4 played.
I mean, we should just be playing this game.
We
It's
should be
like
playing this game. We should be playing.
we could be playing the same game. You and Yarmo basically already had this 20 years ago.
Yeah, more than 20 years ago.
Damn,
Yeah.
damn, it's wild. I also I also remember this game keeps coming to mind because I think it was very similar. It was MVL against Ding Liren. I think maybe MVL was black, Ding Liren was white. It was years ago, and it was a Grunfeld, and MVL sacked two pawns. It was like a queen b3 Grunfeld, and Ding Liren took both pawns, but the black just had this long term compensation, and then eventually they drew. But it was like it felt like such a correct draw. Like black had just the right amount of compensation for the two healthy pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Um, Before I give my variation for black, I want to say that back in the day, uh, the person who told me about this idea of not moving the coconuts was I am Sándor Kustar from Hungary. And so I'm going to call it the Kustar principle. It's a principle that doesn't come up in many chess games. It's only in this kind of thing where you've taken the coconuts and you're trying to develop, but then you need to train your instincts to be like, oh, I better not even try.
no, I think it's really interesting. Another one that comes to mind is that if you have an active queen, you shouldn't pull it back unless you absolutely have to. Like a lot of players, if they go pawn grabbing with their queen, then they end up bringing their queen all the way back because they're scared. But in
Right.
many cases, it's better to keep your queen active and force the opponent to actually kick it.
Fair. Yeah.
Um,
That one at least happens in a lot of games.
yeah,
The Kushtar principle, that's like one in 1,000. There's a very few games you're going to have this kind of thing going on.
yeah, no, that's very unlikely.
All right. So I think we're going to get a tank now. I'd be surprised. I mean, if he has this prepped out, it's a whole new level.
Yeah.
But I think we have Kosia's h5. We have knight f6. And I was trying to make some kind of rook c5 followed by knight e5 work. But I'm beginning to have my doubts because anytime you play rook c5, queen d3 is a little annoying.
Right. Yeah, there's f5 as well, but f5, I don't like about f5 for black is that then black gets a bunch of weaknesses too.
Yeah, no. It's my rook is a player.
Yeah.
My queen has more checks, yada yada. Oh, definitely the game of the day. Wow.
Oh, that's a nice detail. Okay, h5, take, rook c5, queen b3, threatening rook takes g6.
Oh, who said that?
Brainzing from the YouTube chat.
Brainzing. But wait a sec. Queen b3. It's looks great, but what about bishop e6?
Ah, we still have bishop e6 tempo. Yes, and then black is taking on h5. Probably happy.
By the way, though, in our variation, Kostya, even though I want to say the first time my reaction was the first time you told me about rook c5, h5, I was like, oh, bummer for white. But then the more I got into it, I was like, wait a second, the h rook, he's not actually doing all that much. And honestly, I think he has more juice where he is. Because in that line, I was just going to play like d4 and either bishop g5 or bishop f4, and I thought I was going to be fine.
Well, rook g3 is a big problem, so black has to find something. It's not a good sign if he starts tanking here. It's like, you know, the engine maybe says it's equal, like if you're in prep or 0.2 or something, but then, you know, sometimes the engine says 0.2, but then you look at the position and then it's like, if you don't play the 0.2 move, then the next move is plus 1.5. It's like 1.8. Right. So if you don't find this 0.2, you could be in big trouble.
Another thing that's tricky is like sometimes when you're following computer analysis, you know, like you get some messy position as black. Let's say you're prepping it out and you're just like, well, this is a beautiful mess for me. And it's kind of hard to calculate with the computer because the computer's not going to do human moves. And you don't want to go too deep because there's other positions to look at, right? So you just be like, okay, this is a great position. Then in the game, you get there and queen b5 is played, and you're like, well, knight d7 is clearly the fighting move. And so you do it kind of by process of elimination because you're like, well, bishop d7 isn't it. You know? Then we get this mess, and all of a sudden, I don't know. Well, black really has to prove something now.
Yeah. Big moment. Fabi's back at the board, but Wei looks like still his turn. I can't see Wei, but I know he's there. Looking.
Dan Gordon said, surely black is fully prepared. But this is what I'm saying. You can't be fully prepared. A lot of times you're just going to get compensation in a position and you'd be like, that's where you got to end it in your analysis. Because it's not just this position that the guy has to look at. He's got to look at all kinds of things.
Yeah, it's a million things. And a lot of times, you know, I mean, especially for me, I'm not saying at their level necessarily, but like you have rook G1 on your screen. It says castles, you know, equal, and then white has like 4 or 5 moves here that are equal, G4 being one of them. Sometimes your brain just doesn't notice like, oh, G4 is a problem. Like I need to know what I'm doing on G4. Yeah. And then you don't notice this until you actually get it OTB. Because computer's just saying equal, 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 equal. It's showing multiple moves here. Maybe A4 is equal for white. And at that point, like you're not prepping A4 here, right? You're not like, oh, what if they play A4? What am I? It's like at some point you have to stop and evaluate the position. You have to tell yourself, this is a position I'll be able to play OTB. And if not, then it's not the right line to go for because it's just too difficult to play. But of course, Wei, I mean, very, very sharp tactical player, so this is well within his abilities to handle these situations. Even if he doesn't play it perfectly, like he'll be able to pose a lot of problems here.
Well, to be fair, Kosi, when Bishop H3 showed up on the board, even though we believed that white should still be okay, we both said we'd rather be black. And that's the
No,
kind
no,
of
I
thing.
I was I said I would take white.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah, I've always wanted white here because well, it's like this principle. What was the guy's name? The Hungarian guy?
Oh, the Gushtar principle. Yeah.
Gushtar principle. Yeah, it's
Gushtar.
like I feel like if I have no weaknesses and I'm 2 pawns up, then it's like okay, I don't want to play it against the computer, but for a human, it's hard to maintain that pressure in a lot of cases.
Uh-huh.
For sure, from the black side, like I would be screwing it up, I think, very quickly and just running out of comp.
So Blitz fix, we have looked at H5, GH, Rook C5, Rook H5. It's definitely one of the main moves. I don't like it for black because I actually don't see what the rook does over there. We have a question from Sweet Blues. What was Jesse's move for black? And my first move was knight f6. And I still kind of feel like that's the main move. But after g5, hg, knight g5, it seems like we're at least getting interesting play because my queen's going to swing around to h4 and talk to you.
Right.
So that's kind of, I think that's what he's looking at. And f5, people are mentioning that, Kosti mentioned that, but I don't believe in that at all. Like zeros. Zeros as in I don't believe it.
And then knight takes g5 in that line. We were saying bishop d7, queen b4, right?
That was my intention, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what's happening here?
Uh-oh, someone's saying Sindarov went all in.
Oh, he sacked on b4. Wow.
Oh man.
Oh, and he tanked too because he was up on time there. Now they're about equal, so very interesting. Oh boy.
Oh shit. That's oh shit from Schmidt right there.
Yesterday was too much for the players. The 4 draws, they went crazy. It's oh no, 4 draws. Classical chess is dead. Emil must have called a meeting with the players. He's like, guys, what's going on? First day, we had 3 decisive games. I made my usual snarky tweet about how classical chess is not dead. Today, it's all draws. What are you guys doing to me?
For whatever it's worth, I believe in White's position there, just because the bishop on c8 isn't on my coconuts yet, but that's just my intuitive first take. It's obviously maybe a key variation would be king d1, e5, bishop d3, and then some queen move. I don't know where. Queen g4 maybe with a full mess.
Yeah.
Oh, that's spicy. Okay.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know if we have to allow ourselves to look at that. Okay, we have g4 and now, yeah, he is tanking.
Yeah, he's still tanking on g4. The other 2 games pretty quiet. Like Blue Bomb Osipenko, very, very quiet there. Symmetrical situation, no weaknesses. I think both players comfortable and happy with this. And then Naka's game is ongoing. But I think if we just spot check it, I think Gary is more or less okay here.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, so the fighters are the fighters. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have g4, and then we got bishop b4 check. Now, Sindarov's a very interesting character. I wonder how he perceives Prague, because Prague, Gukesh, Arjun, they got a lot of hype last couple of years. So did his boy Noterbeck. He's been a little bit behind, the crew, despite being very similar age. Now he's actually overtaken Prague in the FIDE ratings, which is not the case for basically their entire careers. Prague, I think, has always, has been higher. And here he is going for it boldly.
The other thing, I guess it's a little bit unfair. Is somebody in the chat said that this Bishop H3 thing was covered in Shanklin's course, which it's unfair, right? It's kind of like me getting computer analysis because now I know he's not lost. Right now I know he's not lost for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, Amazing that, these computer moves happen first. We've had a couple that happen first in a chessable course because, a chessable course is often computer derived, and then in some top game.
Right.
Though it's Fabi clearly didn't know, and he's playing great chess, man. Great chess. All right, Kosi, I'm gonna get myself a coffee because I deserve it, bud.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh.
Alrighty, folks. So let's stay with this one just because it's such a sharp situation. I just want to pull it back a bit so we can understand what was happening here. So d4, Prague got a lot of options. He decides to take and go knight e4. Queen f5 played with the pin, not allowing white to take on c5 and looking to go de. And he goes b4. I mean, another move would have been bishop d3, I think would have been extremely logical. And I'm not quite sure why he rejected this one, but maybe he just didn't see what to do on de3. Because if knight c5, queen c5, I think black is very active here. Knight d6, though, e takes f2 check, king f1 would be a very spicy line. And I would not, dare to make an evaluation here because I don't really know what's going on. Like white's going to take the rook, but maybe the knight gets trapped, so black will have the exchange, some compensation. b4 is still a thing. So I don't know actually why bishop d3 was not played here, actually. Because it does feel like a very, very obvious move. You hit the queen, maybe you get knight c5, you have b4. Now b4 is much easier to play because your king is safer. So that's a very concrete question. De knight d6. And what's going on here? Maybe we ask Jesse. So he went b4, and now black, maybe he's kind of forced to take because if he pulled back, then he has to deal with c5, and the bishop is getting kicked around, and there's knight d6 and bishop d3 still coming. And if he goes back this way, then maybe bishop d3, maybe he can even get away with taking this pawn and developing. Oh, Patrick's saying bishop d3, bishop b4 check. But does this work? Take. Queen somewhere. What's the... I don't see the follow-up here. It's like the development was not good. So for some reason, okay, Prague goes b4. But I mean, this is very forcing because, if not knight takes b4, black's whole thing doesn't really make sense. So Sindarov is basically almost committed to sacking here. Like, after d4, I mean, like, bishop f6, you probably have to take with queen. Knight e4. Queen f5 looks like you got to play because queen e7 can take here. And now b4, and the trade is forced. He gives check, and king d1 from Prague after some thought. He puts the king on d1, which makes sense. You don't really want to put the king on e2 and block the bishop in. So king d1, and now bishop is ready to head to d3. King can jump to e2 after that. Take. Now black has a lot of moves. I mean, I would first be looking at ways to develop. Bishop d7, b5, b6. b5 feels kind of interesting because you're just trying to add more fuel to the fire and get the bishop out. How about knight fd2? Maybe possible as well, but okay, on takes we would have to take with the king, which is maybe... I don't know. This pin could be annoying. Let's say take on e3. throwing rook to d8, now threatening capture on d2. So I'm not sure what's happening here. Rook d1 still, white can defend, but it's like, okay, you're up a piece, but king is staying in the center for some time. Maybe it was possible, though. Very, very hard to say. I mean, very difficult to evaluate this position. I kind of feel like black should be having enough here, but it's always hard to play. So king d1. Yeah, there's also de3 here. Rook d8 check. And then we have to decide, do we try to run back to e2, f2 now, or go to c1? c1 feels like it's just very open. And it's just like king c1 doesn't feel like black even has to do something so fast. It's like just get the bishop to b7, rook to c8, b5. It's like maybe just b5. Yeah, just right away. Yeah, doesn't feel like white's going to survive this without losing a ton of material. So check, probably king e2. I would actually think white is safer on this side of the board. More knights. So king e2, and then king has a nice score on f2, and then we can kind of see how white might be able to consolidate with bishop b2 and so on. Yeah, black can still play b5, but at least I would think white is in better shape here compared to the king on c1. But still looks very, very scary, of course. Maybe somehow rook should move and then, yeah, try to move the knight. So king d1. DE, no, we did not have to take back, by the way. DE, we could also go bishop d3, which maybe is the right thing. So we have Wei and we have D. We have Wei and then we have D. So this is D. DE, bishop d3. Wei says no DE because bishop d3. I feel like Eminem.
All right, Kostya. Oh my God, G4. I didn't miss anything. This guy's still thinking. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, he's still tanking. No, I'm trying to figure out this Prague game. Very complicated.
But you're also thinking like king d1, bishop d3, e5, bishop d3, something like that.
So yeah, king d1's on the board. We were looking at d takes e3. I feel like b5 is a huge move for black.
Mm-hmm.
I actually had a question. I couldn't figure this out. If you go back to before b4, why didn't Prague go for bishop d3? With idea de knight d6.
Queen g4, maybe? I don't know.
But bishop on c5 hangs.
And queen g2.
King e2.
Okay, yeah. No idea, Kostya. No.
Okay, yeah, just a question. But because it's all very forced what happened in this game. Like after d4, he took on f6, he goes knight e4, queen f5, he goes b4, and then to me it looked like after b4, black is compelled to sacrifice because otherwise you're just going back. And that means that this must be like okay for black because after playing his d4 move, like he really has done nothing but more or less forced moves.
And let me just say the real weird thing. Okay, this bishop takes f6. So if we go back to move 11,
Yeah.
it has been played, but then no one has played queen f6. Nobody. And
Oh,
this
so
gets
GF was...
yeah. So this gets to your point, I think, because you would only play Queen F6 if you weren't afraid of knight E4. And it does
Definitely.
look like a hell of a drug, right? So, and he spent, okay, so Bishop F6, dude spent 20 minutes on it. And then Black spent 18 minutes on Queen F6. So neither of them were ready for all this. And B4 move 13 was 5 minutes. And so I'm sure, of course, you're going to look at Bishop D3.
Yeah. Okay, now Javakir is thinking. Wei still tanking there.
By the way, Kosi, I think, why don't we just look at it briefly from a human point of view? So Bishop D3, let's just say I play DE like a madman.
Wait, in which position? That one?
So no, no, no. Earlier, were your question about why
Oh
not
yeah.
Bishop D3 instead of B4?
Yeah, so DE, knight D6.
All right, EF.
Yeah, king F1.
Okay. Now, do I? So the pawn's not going anywhere, and the claim is that your knight will be unimpressive on E8. So let me just play a couple of intuitive moves. Queen H5,
Yeah, take.
E5. Of course, I don't know. I might be threatening Queen F3. I don't know.
Wow.
I might be threatening Queen F3, mother.
Wow. Maybe possible. Chat saying there was knight D4, which yeah, I didn't see. So knight D6, knight D4,
Knight D4. Oh, that's also spicy. Yeah,
which
okay.
is crazy. I guess the idea is knight D4, queen F2, queen F2, EF, and then king goes somewhere, and black will take the knight on D6. So it's
Oh my gosh.
yeah, not to lose the rook, and then yeah, this endgame that looks okay for black. We're up a pawn. Yeah, probably that solves it. So B4,
By the way,
King
I
D.
want to say one of the things about this is when I think about Prague winning this event, I feel like his prep in the last candidates was so amazing. This, though, is for his level, it's bad form because if you're going to play this thing and you're intending this rook e8's very topical, bishop g5, well, you should have something planned out for d4. And he didn't. He made that up with bishop f6.
Yeah, so risking heavily here is Prague. Whew.
Oh wow, Wei Yi, dude. Wei Yi is tanking hard, hard, friends, and
Yeah. So
yeah, it's
that's
gonna
kind
be
of what I
tough.
was expecting is that once he's like really out of book, he's gonna just go into a tank because it's just such a
Hmm.
complicated and strange position. You have to can't just play intuitively here as black. You have to be very very precise. So yeah, I feel like it could go wrong for him here very easily. It's like one false move and Fabi, I don't know. I think he's played quite well so far. I liked his game with Naka. And yesterday, you know, he's just maybe a little bit out prepped. I'm not sure, but he was under pressure. We thought he was worse. He found this 9 to 5 thing. It was very interesting, kind of neutralized. So far, it seems to be playing well.
One thing I want to add about the memory of the Yermo game that I feel applies here is not only did we have the Kushtar principle of not moving the coconuts, but in that game, it came down to some study-like solutions. And I feel I mention that because Wei Yi I think of as a great player. Both of them are great, but Wei Yi I've really seen in terms of, I don't know him that well as a player, but in terms of a strength, I definitely know he's very good at calculating out very difficult, hard positions. And this one too, I mean, it will become a tactical fest. He chooses your move, Kosi. You're a GM today, Rook C5.
Well, we'll see if he follows up with h5 or what. Maybe he starts with this, and depending on where white plays, goes for like knight f6 or something.
Okay, that's a fair point. So notice too that if queen b4 to prevent knight f6, if black wants to shoo the queen again, he can play a5.
Yeah.
Now, I think when we kind of did this on our own, we were looking at queen a4, and that was just kind of like a first intuitive response. Might be fine, but there's other moves too. Um, there might be reasons to play queen a6. There might be reasons to play queen b4. Queen a4 is just a move that feels safe and snug. Maybe a disadvantage of queen a4 is that after the h5 thing goes down, I am committed to d4 because I can't, or at least I don't want to allow knight c5. 27 minutes spent.
Okay.
Now, good form from Fabi would definitely be to have a move here in the pocket. You know, you guys did think in 27 minutes. You might want to have an idea of what are you going to do after rook c5.
Yeah. Queen d3, definitely a move. But yeah, eventually you do get hit with something.
Yeah. Well, let me try Kosi. You be black, and we can switch it up. We can reverse colors. Let's try queen a4 first, just to get a feel for it.
Okay.
Now, by the way, on queen a4, I want to stress the guy could also think. Actually, knight f6 does not is actually a no bueno here, Kosi, because I have rook g3.
Mm-hmm.
So you're still committed to h5.
Yeah, at this point now, yeah. Okay, so h5.
Pawn takes.
Rook takes.
d4.
d4. Okay.
Right, so my claim is that that rook is actually kind of funky on h5.
Maybe I try e5.
Good? I think that's a good question. All right, Mama said develop, so I'm playing bishop e3.
Okay.
Now, one thing's amazing about this position is really like, besides my king being a little funky, everything else looks okay.
Well, king is a lot. Knight b6.
Now, is it time? Is it Lauren? Is it time for me to go full Lauren here?
Lauren's asking about queen takes a7.
All right, let's take it for Lauren. Let's do it for Lauren.
Okay.
Less because of the pawn, and the pawns are nice, but also because I want to. A7 is a reasonable square now that your rook is way out there in H5.
But now E takes D.
Uh-oh, did I blunder? About to find out. All right. Either rook D1 or castles. I don't know which one yet. Well, let's castle first.
Castle. Yeah, you really don't seem to believe in this thing. I don't understand. DC?
Maybe this is very frightening. That might be very frightening. Well, let's show him. Kosi has a nice idea here. Rook
Yeah.
D8. He's got snip on B2, and then bishop F5.
Right.
Okay, that might be good enough for me to stop the presses right there. Okay, I'll play more sensible then. I'll play rook D1, Kosia, instead of castles.
Okay, rook D1.
He's been looking for DC for the last couple hours, by the way, my friends. He was looking for that
in
in the
both
other
games.
game.
Now, but it also looks very scary here. So DC, rook D8, rook D8.
But don't I have queen B6 here?
Queen B6.
That's annoying.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I'm not wholly convinced because White's king is just so weird.
This is a lot of coconuts, though.
Like rook HD5 there, you know, and it's like...
Rook HD5, okay.
But yeah, White has a lot of material. But
I got a lot of things.
still.
Probably knight D4 or something, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Fabi is thinking here, my friends, and let's go back to the scene of the crime before we get too outrageous. So what we see there is one of the possible ways this could go.
Yeah, so that was...
In my head, it's going to go like H5, GH, D4. And then it's just a question of where we want to put the queen. So A6 is a move. B7's probably a move. All of these things, and I think they all lead to the same basic situation.
Mm-hmm. If that's the case, he shouldn't be burning more time here. He should... I mean, it's hard. It's so hard. It's so concrete, but it's not going to get any less concrete. It's not like he can't spend 20 minutes here and then find one of several moves that's like 0-0 and then, you know, has to make 15 moves with 10 minutes on it. You know, it's going to be very difficult.
Okay, so let me just summarize. One advantage of queen A4 is that knight F6 is not possible. Now, maybe we're not afraid of knight F6, but the benefit was if queen A4, knight F6, rook G3.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me try something else, Kostya. Let me try queen B7. And we're claiming that my queen is just annoying there.
Fair. Okay, H5.
Okay, GH.
Take rook takes.
D4.
D4 and
so now
queen A5.
Queen A5. The advantage here is that the queen doesn't get whacked with knight B6. All right, queen A5. I'm pretty sure I'm going to play... Oh, actually, I don't know exactly. I got a lot of different moves here. And now, Kosi, just be honest. Oh, your threat is rook B8. I was trying to think about what does he want to do to me?
Mm-hmm.
Right, bishop F4.
Yeah, very possible. Looks like you went queen B3.
Queen B3, okay. Okay, so what's fun about this? Well, we have somebody in chat. You remember names better than I do, Kostya, but who was it that mentioned the rook takes g6 idea?
Oh, I don't remember. I think there's a few people pointing this out.
Okay. So yeah, let's get into this. So let's first start with h5. And by the way, queen b3 might be the kind of thing that one hadn't really looked at. It's an idea even a top GM could mix with rook g6.
Hmm.
So I was saying that on gh, black could play bishop e6.
Right.
And the question is that a good thing for white that thing's on e6 or a bad thing?
People are also asking why not d4 on h5, which I think is a fair question.
Oh, there you go. I've been trying to play d4 for all my life. How come I'm not
Tempo.
playing it here? Hmm.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, Kosi, but hold on. Hold on. HG, d4, HG,
Take rook.
knight takes pawn.
Queen c4.
I'm just looking.
Yeah.
I admit it's a little hard to believe, but let's continue the variation. GF.
Queen c5.
I'm down a rook. All right, that's good enough for me. So let's do that again. Queen b3. If h5, we boldly play d4. This could really put a crimp in black style, man.
It's annoying. Let's see. Do we have something not g5? I mean h5. Um.
Wait, let me try one more time. Let me try
Okay.
one more time. Because so hg4, dc, and now let me just. Now, if I play gf, you can play rook takes g6 amongst other things.
Right.
I don't know. Well, okay, let's play it out. Are you gonna? What do you have other moves besides rook g6, of course.
Yeah. Maybe we can try like bishop e3.
It's unreasonable. On bishop e3, maybe I could claim to have compensation after knight e5. I'm down a rook. No, I'm just down the exchange.
No, it's only exchange.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah. So it's kind of not so easy for white.
All right, so I think that might be the main. Let me ask. Isn't that then the main question? If h5, d4, black has to feel good about that hg position, right?
I guess so. I mean, could play rook a5. It's kind of weird.
Oh, that's such a huge win of tempo, though, if I get d4 for free compared to the
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
variation.
Yeah. Hmm.
Mm.
Okay.
So glad we
Complicated.
don't have the eval bar, because if the eval bar just said white was winning, it would just be dumb. We'd just be sitting there. I have no idea white's winning.
Yeah. I
Fabi's
mean,
so
yeah. It just
eager.
changes the conversation. It's like, okay, if white's winning, they're like, all right, white's winning. Let's. Fabi has to find all the right moves. Wei
Mhm.
has to like try to mess up the situation. Whereas in reality, the players have no idea what's going on.
No idea, dude.
Wei maybe has some guess at the computer eval, but still, it's that's it.
Okay, I'm
Running
gonna
out.
say it's a bad sign for Wei Yi that he's tanking a little bit here because it should, because the idea of rook c5 would definitely be to play h5. But it looks like he missed either the rook g6 idea and or the d4 idea. The d4 idea is a real pain in the butt. If I was black, I'd really be mad if I missed that one. All right, Kosi, let me try to defend black's honor again, okay? So h5, if you don't play h5, I don't know what you're doing as black. And
Um,
white's still playing d4, I think.
well, isn't there still knight f6 here?
Why did I not believe in knight f6? Well, first question, I played d4.
Knight f6, d4.
Yeah, I just want a clean tempo. And why would then you're certainly not like, oh, rook c5 was a good idea.
True. Yeah, maybe it's this exchange sack.
All right, so let me try to defend black's honor. All right, so h5,
Yeah, d4,
d4, hg,
dc.
dc, gf. I think rook g6 is the most critical move.
Yeah, let's try rook g6.
Okay, now black has knight e5, knight c5. Let's start with knight c5.
Okay, queen c4.
Logical. Okay, what a mess. All right, now I'm going to play fe. Nope. You know what I thought? Oh, no, I can do fe. I can do fe. No, I can't. Because you have read rook g7 and queen c5 on fe, right?
At least, yeah.
Well, I was hoping that I had some d1 tactic. I do not. Probably also bishop h6. So queen c4. Ooh, that's annoying. All right, let me just try it. Knight e6. Now, I just want to stress, if you're white, I mean, even rook g7, I think you tell yourself, I'm not losing that thing. But okay, I mean, white probably wants more than rook g7. I'm just saying. Dave W24 seems to be saying the same thing. Just if you need to, you can just sack back.
Yeah, if you need to. But yeah, maybe you can start with rook g3. Yeah, this one I'm not quite feeling for black.
No, I'm not either. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. So we're talking about queen b3. If he doesn't play h5, it's unclear what rook c5 does.
Right.
If he plays e5 to stop d4, rook g3 rears its ugly head. Oh, the milk might have gone bad here for Wei Yi. I think the milk's gone bad, buddy.
Just think.
Just because I like to be honest with that eval thing, I just be honest until I find something. Kostya, crank mine to +1.
Okay, making moves.
Yeah, when we first. Also interesting that in our other variation with queen a4, I could also play d4 as an intermezzo after h5. So the real terrible thing about this rook c5 move is it looks like it runs into d4 like all the time.
That's why I should have done h5 first. See, I knew this intuitively. I couldn't explain it until just now. But that's why you had to. That's why it's just h5 first. Force him to take, then rook c5 tempo. Then
You're
rook
totally
h5.
right. And when he did rook c5, I wasn't seeing d4 because when we first looked at it, I just thought we were transposing to the same position.
Yeah, because white didn't have that choice in the other line. Yeah. Come on, Wei. You don't know about tempo? But it is puzzling. He did spend a lot of time on Rook C5, right? Um, that was his deep think. Yeah, that was 27 minutes. Fabio goes Queen B3, not a crazy move. And now he's tanking again. So probably he missed something. Maybe this D4. I think that's very possible.
Hmm. All right. Is there any way I can mess with him? All right, Kostu, this is just desperation, but I'm going to try it, okay? So for black, let's say I play E5.
Mm-hmm.
Rook G3 would be the main problem, right? And now I'm going to play H5 now.
Oh.
I want to stress I do not believe in this, but this is just my desperate attempt.
No, this is cool. At least something.
So the intention is if Rook H3, I have HG. If GH, I'm going to pray with Bishop E6. Let's stress the pray in that. And I just want to say I don't believe in that at all, GH, Bishop E6, because my Rook on G3 is going to has beautiful targets. It's doing things. So I don't like it, but that's the kind of desperate thing I'm looking for black at the moment.
Right. So Rook G3, H5. We have maybe. Yeah, sorry, Jesse, are you saying +1 like white's a pawn up, or white has 50% chances to win?
We got in a big argument on round one with this stats guy. He was just adamant that I was completely wrong and I had no idea what I was saying. And it was a really interesting argument because I realized, actually, let me frame it for people who don't know what we're talking about. The computer people, when they talk about +1, that means for them that white has a 50% chance of winning. And I think that's how the modern engines are now talking about it. But for me and Kostya, it was a little ridiculous because we were the ones, humans were the ones that invented 0.5 and 1 and all that stuff. And we were the ones who first programmed the computers to think. And +1 has meant since the beginning of time that white is up a pawn. And basically like right around 1.5, 2.0, that means you're toast. And that's nice too, because the classical interpretation feel has always been that if you have two advantages, like being up 2 pawns, you have a winning position. So anyways, these guys were yelling at us. And, to a certain extent, if that's the way the engines are doing it, especially after Alpha Zero, it's not like they're wrong. They're wrong to think. It's weird though, because they are using our language. They're reinterpreting our language. +1 never meant 50% chance to win. That's not what it meant originally. And now they changed it and are claiming us to be idiots when when we're putting the old meaning back onto it.
Yeah, they did change the meaning. Not fair. Jesse, I got to take a little break here.
Okay, let's leave it on this
Too
one.
long for me. Yeah.
Let's leave it on this one. And I will just report that the other position is pure madness. The other position being the Prague one. And we'll look at that when Kostya comes back.
Yeah, I come back.
All right, my friends. So let's talk about this. First of all, Kostya does not let me get an analysis board. He's not letting me do it. It's been a lot of contention in the dojo for years, but he never lets us get an analysis board. And then he's going to come back on the show and say, "Oh, why do you always make it about me?" Anyways, So, um, even if we had an analysis board, what I could say about this position isn't much because where my mind keeps stopping is d4. And I see d4 happening in every variation. And d4 wins a tempo to develop my bishop on c1. It dominates the knight on d7, so the knight doesn't have like c5 or e5 squares. So I'm just at a loss then about what to do after d4. And he tanked for 27 minutes on rook c5, maybe thinking that h5, rook c5 was a transposition, as my first intuition also was. He could have gotten that mixed up. And sometimes we play a move like rook c5 before we play the committal h5 because we want to see where the white queen goes. But the problem is rook c5 is in itself fully committal because it's enabling d4. And if you're going to play h5, which was the only reason to play rook h5, uh, you need the rook over there. But if you don't, if you get intermezzoed with d4, it's game. I mean, it really is like game over. So I put mine up to 1. But honestly, that's only because I believe black should be able to find something to use the activity of his pieces. But I'm not finding it. I'm just seeing death here. And the other position, by the way, if we had transposed it, so we imagine like queen's back on b5, h5, gh, rook c5, and I was playing queen a4, though there's other moves there too, rook h5. That position after d4, I thought was very pleasant for white. So if I get d4 in before, then I get a pure win. I get a pure win. So maybe dude is coming to his senses now and realizing that, as we say, the milk has gone bad. One question I have for Coatsy when he comes back is to give me a number, just an intuitive number of how many things in life are better than getting hopped up on caffeine and playing or watching chess. You know? How many things do you think are actually better than that? I'm going to say not that many. Not that many. I just have an idea for black, finally. Thank you very much. I don't know if I believe in this, but this would certainly keep the game going. Is I really don't believe in this, but h5, d4, rook takes c3 is an option. Is it very sad? It is. It is a very sad situation, but it is something he could at least ponder. He'll get a pawn back, and the bummer is when I play b takes c3, the bishop on g7 is totally toast. And what are we doing? I don't know. Lauren is asking for a quick comment on the Naka game. I haven't looked on that forever. No, I'll call it roughly equal over there. Yeah, I'll call it roughly equal. And do I care about the blue bomb game? Not really. At this point, I don't, but I'm going to call that one equal too. Yeah, maybe. No, it's just basically an equal position. Okay, so forget those other chump games. They don't matter. And the Prague game, dude, I don't know. But I'm going to have Kostya help me when he gets back on that one. Still, I'd like to play Guess the Move for black. Just in terms of like, what is the best chance I got here? Like, what would I do in this sad situation? I'm having a hard time. '95, I can't make work. E5 I have not made work. Knight B6 or something. I don't get it. Rook G3 is coming. F5 is just impossible. If F5 was possible, maybe I could think about F5. I don't know. Eugene's back. Nice. He's
Hey
back.
guys, I'm back.
Hey Eugene, Kostya's out for a coffee break, so
Oh, no worries.
we'll get him back in a second. Now, just before we get you on, have you seen the eval bar in any of these?
No, I didn't see
Okay.
anything.
Okay, good. So I want you to go to the FIDE game.
Okay, Fabio game. Yep.
And basically, I'm out of ideas for black. It seems like black to me is toast.
Oh, so it did happen. Everything we talked about. This bishop h3 that he played rook g1.
Mm-hmm.
Very
And
nice.
and just to recap you, I think rook c5 might have been a key mistake. Uh, so I think the idea originally might have been to play h5,
Mm-hmm.
gh, then rook
Then
c5.
rook c5.
But he might have blundered the fact that on queen b3, h5, white gets a free tempo with d4.
Oh, very nuanced. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so now I was just asking myself, what desperate thing can I do? Because we were looking at h5 d4 and it looked nasty, and I was trying everything. And he just played knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're about to find out, but first question, Eugene, is rook
Mm-hmm.
g3 winning the game?
Wow, that's a serious question. Let's answer that question first. Because if it wins the game,
Who wins the game? Who wins the game?
then Fabio is definitely off and running with it. Okay, rook g3. Yeah, so we cannot play like natural bishop g4 because knight e5 just wins.
Oh! I think I got his at least his idea. Whether it
Mm-hmm.
works or not, I don't know. But he's here. This I think is his idea. Maybe he wants knight f3,
Yeah, ef.
ef. Actually, I still don't know if this is going to work
Either
out.
queen d3 or rook e5 check, or what was the idea?
So if queen d3, I think f4 is a nice move. No, queen
Ah,
d3, f4 is not a
queen
nice move
f1.
because of queen
Yeah,
f1
be
mate.
careful.
Okay, hold on. So queen d3, good. I think we're finding some moves here. Rook takes h3, rook e5 check, Rooney, king d1.
Hmm.
And oh no, king d1. You got queen f1 picking up my rook.
Hmm.
Holy shit. Okay, so dude found at least it's an idea. Whether it works or not, he's got an idea. This is why they're paid the big bucks, my friends.
Yep.
Okay, beautiful. Knight e5, rook g3, knight f3, ef3, queen d3. Let's pause. I mean, well, queen f1's a hell of a drug. What are you going to do, right? Wait a
Hmm.
second. Maybe can I do knight e2? That looks good. Knight e2 looks like a good
Well,
move.
what about rook takes h3? Is that losing?
Well, didn't we just showed it because it was rook h3,
Hmm.
rook e5 check, king d1, queen f1.
Mm. Rook e5 you can block with the knight. Knight
Come
e4.
on, Cry. Come on, Cry. There you go. Okay, I was wrong about
But
that.
I can insert intermezzo, bishop takes c3.
Good. Okay, I think we're getting there. All right, so
Okay.
knight
But hold
e5.
on, after bishop c3, we're not even done yet.
Of course, we're not done. Knight f3, ef3,
Hmm.
bishop takes c3. All right, let's pause.
All right, guys, I'm back. Hello, hello.
Hey, Kostya, I'm back too.
Hey,
All right, Kostya. He found an idea. We don't know if it works yet, but he did find an idea with knight e5.
knight e5.
I
Yeah,
just want to stress, I stared at the board long and hard looking for ideas for black. I did consider knight e5, but I didn't think about this at all. So knight e5, rook g3,
well,
knight
maybe
f3.
we can start an analysis board for this one, so then
Sure.
you guys can we can all move the pieces around.
Hey, you're gonna let us have an analysis board, bud?
Again, with the, I mean, yesterday I was cool with it. I said make a link and send it to me, and then nothing happened. But yeah, let's make can put it up.
Okay. So we got knight f3. Do you want me to make a link and send it to you? Is that what you're asking me? I guess I could.
I can also do it, but yeah, I mean, I think
Okay, let's do
you
it.
wanted the board.
So let me go. Classroom. So I'm gonna send you guys
Hmm.
a link to a classroom. And how do I do this? I'm gonna send so on chess.com, I'm gonna send you guys a
Hmm.
link. What's your business there, Eugene?
Just Eugene Perlstein, one name.
Okay, there you are.
Yep.
Okay, great. I sent that to you. All right, I gotta enter the moves. I might get the move order wrong, but that's okay.
Wait, I also need this link.
I sent it to you. It says invite pending.
Oh, I see on chess.com. Okay, let me find. Did I get notification?
I could send it to you again sometimes.
Yeah, I didn't get the invite. Maybe the
All right.
link would be.
All right, I'm gonna try it again. It's hello, Coast. Are you sure you're signed in there?
Well, I'm watching the game live. I mean, I'm in events. It's
Yeah,
just
true.
I don't know if it shows up.
I
Um,
don't, let me see here. I mean, it's got this little bar where I send you an invite.
yeah. Wait, you're in classroom?
Yeah.
Um, but you can just copy the link at the top.
All right, let's try that. Dun, 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 dun. Did that come through?
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Let me see.
Knight e5. Holy crap. Okay. So you're in there. Beautiful.
Hmm. So we're analyzing the rook g3, right?
Now, actually, let's just pause for a second.
Hmm.
We should, before we go totally bonkers on it, is it true that knight e4 is also a move? Because that might make our life significantly easier.
Mm, that's a good point. Unless they have rook c4.
By the way, knight takes e5 played.
Okay.
So he didn't like the rook g3, knight takes f3, queen d3.
He might see, okay, so there's a couple concrete problems. If bishop takes e5, we have knight e4 winning instantly.
Hmm.
So let's ask ourselves, what's wrong, if anything, with rook e5? Maybe just rook g3
Rook
there, my good
g3.
friend. Maybe rook g3 there, my friend. Goodbye. Goodbye.
What does he play? Queen a8?
Queen a8, good move. Holy craps. Queen a8, f3.
f3, yeah. And then is black running out of moves?
F3 is the move where you say, you shall not pass. That's what you say right there.
Yeah, because rook b8 is nothing. You just drop the queen.
So we were
Hmm.
looking at, after queen b3, we were spending time on rook g3, but the knight takes e5 is pretty basic. That might be game, my friends. Because bishop e5, knight e4, let's say bishop h2, I'm going to play rook h1. That doesn't look good.
Hold on. Rook h1. Yeah, rook h1. I don't see a move there.
At some point, maybe you can, I don't know.
Like what? Bishop g2?
Okay, maybe we should consider that. So bishop e5. Um, Knight e4. Well, bishop h2, and then I can play knight c5, bishop g1, queen h3. That looks like a free coconut.
Hmm. Yep, that seems like easy enough.
If queen d4 at the end, I have knight d3, and I say thank you very much. I guess queen
Hmm.
e3 also worked.
Yeah.
Wait, what's happening here? I'm confused. So Wei played 95 after deep think. Fabi
Yeah.
takes,
Yeah.
and
Hmm.
now he's pausing again because he only now noticed that there's problems with like 94 and stuff. Or
Okay, but
what are you guys thinking?
let me put this into perspective, Kostya. I think that what went down was he didn't see the tempo hit with d4. He thought that h5 and rook c5 were interchangeable. Then when he got there, he realized he was desperate. So remember,
Hmm.
Kostya, remember what I was doing? I was flailing with all these moves that were like cruddy. They were like e5 and yada yada. And at first blush, at least it looks like knight e5 might create some problems, you know.
Yeah.
So you then at the end of the day, you're like, oh, screw it, I'll just do this. But then it looks like it just loses automatic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but let's just see if they've
But I
got
mean,
any.
Wei is very uncharacteristic, right, of him. He's like an insane calculator.
Yeah, he's good. He's a beast.
I mean,
Um,
they're all good, but 6 minutes spent.
So what did he miss?
Well, first of all, have we missed anything? Is there any way for black to wiggle and tiggle?
Yeah, rook e5, rook g3. I don't see how you save the bishop. Queen a8 we looked at. F3 was the key move.
Yeah.
so Bishop E5, 94. And wait, so you guys, sorry, because I was just adjusting the screen. So you guys didn't find anything there for black. It's just bad.
We didn't find it, but I mean, that's what wait, he's trying to figure it out now.
Do you guys want to update your evals?
Yep. I'm going to +3, buddy.
+3. Wow.
Well, you dropped a
Well, it's
piece.
either winning or not, and so far it seems like it's winning. There's no in between on this one.
Oh
All right,
god.
I'll say, 2.5, but that's close enough to win it.
Wow. Okay, you guys need to. I need a second to adjust to this new reality because I wasn't. You know, 2 seconds ago, Fabi had a very difficult position. Now all of a sudden he's winning. But
Yeah, something
okay,
happened in the
it's not
last
normal
couple.
to tank after knight takes e5, right? I mean that's.
Yeah, what is his body language? He's not happy.
I've refused to look at that FIDE thing because I know it's going to show me an eval bar.
Yeah, I gotta be careful.
I don't think he shows any emotion ever, honestly. He's not a very emotive kind of guy.
Bishop e5, knight e4.
Is he shaking his head? I mean, he's kind of looking around. Like, that's not a typical way thing. Hmm. Yeah, not sure what just happened. I mean, he had a great initiative, right? And just like 2 moves later, the bishop is kind of trapped.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jesse had a possible explanation in that, like, once you blunder one thing, you start to blunder again.
Hmm.
The tale of two mistakes. But I'm just so puzzled. Like, 95.
But what did you want him to do? See, it was already critical. It was already like we're getting hosed.
I thought,
I mean, rook g3 is a big threat, right?
Yeah.
So I think maybe Jesse is right. h5, he blundered some intermezzo.
yeah, no, I mean, most likely, at least that's what it feels like. But I still think, instead of 95, like, blundering a piece, you just play down two pawns. I mean, you go h5, d4, rook a5, right? You just keep playing.
Yeah, but I think that's lost. I mean,
I mean, okay, I can understand why he would reject that, and it's like I gotta find something else.
Hmm.
Mhm.
But then it's just It's like, what did he blunder exactly? Knight
Yeah, it's not
e5
obvious
takes
that
and
it's
knight e4.
lost. Like d4, rook a5, the game continues, right?
Honestly,
Yeah.
my best practical attempt for black was d4, rook c3, bc, and then like bishop g4.
Yeah, but that doesn't feel
Well, but I'll tell you, d4, rook a5 also doesn't feel
right.
like anything either.
But what do you play after d4, rook a5, gh, rook h5, rook g6?
That's a big question, isn't it?
Right. I mean, it's not. I feel like white could also make a mistake in those. Too many
Okay,
options.
okay.
So then that means this rook c5 was just a big blunder.
What's so interesting too about
Fascinating.
this? Okay, rook e5 was played,
Hmm.
and now I guess we should double check our analysis of rook g3.
Yes.
Someone should make an extension where if you watch the FIDE streams with the board
Oh
and
yeah,
eval
that it
bar, it
automatically
just blocks it.
blocks
Yeah.
the eval. Yeah, that's a great idea.
But is that can you do that on a video? Like block because it's in the video, it's in the stream. It's in their OBS.
All right, let me try to defend black's honor as bad as it is. Okay, so we got queen a8. Let's try f3 first. h5, rook h3, hg.
Wait, did he just
Yeah,
resign?
What?
I gotta go
They're
just a
they're
second.
they're analyzing the position.
He resigned after knight d1. Oh my god. Oh
Wait,
my
not rook
god.
g3, but knight d1. I guess knight d1 is even cleaner.
Yeah, yeah, just trapping the bishop.
But is this the fastest loss in the candidates?
How
How
many
many
moves
moves?
was that? I mean,
It, like it's 19 moves. It has to be the fastest game.
wow. Dang. Yeah, I was saying, it's like that game like Fabi played against Ding Loren a couple candidates ago where he sacked the two pawns as black, if you remember
Hmm.
in the Slav. And
Yes, I
then
remember.
and
And
then
then just
Ding
like fell
took the two
apart.
pawns. Yeah, and
Yeah.
just but that was like masterclass by Ding. This is
Right,
just
right.
huge blunder. Okay, I have to update my eval. I'm gonna say +3.
Mm.
Holy moly. Wow.
So it looks like we have a record from all the candidates that I have from 2013 onwards.
Mm-hmm.
The shortest loss was uh, Firuza Abbasov, 24 moves, 2024. This is 19 moves. This is a new record, guys.
Wow.
Uh, and after that, the next one was also 24 moves. Anand against Fiddler. FIDE Candidates 2016. So this is definitely a record. Wow.
Very scary for the field.
I mean, if Caruana is given what he got a gift from Nakamura, right? In the drone position. Now he got a gift from Wei. Is this basically he's gonna easily win the candidates now?
I mean, you need luck. So far, he's gotten some excellent luck. However you want to imagine it. And yeah, no, it's looking good for him. It's looking great for him. I mean, he's one of these guys that like sometimes starts slow, but then once he wins a game, he starts
Yeah.
to pop off, and now he's winning from the beginning.
And the thing is, this may mean Wei is gonna fall apart. I mean, losing like this. That means he may be walking point. Everyone's gonna score points against him.
Ooh, that's not looking good for him.
Unless he manages to recover. Like, is there a break? When is the next break?
They have one more round, and then they get a rest day.
Okay, so he has a chance to recover after the rest day, but tomorrow is gonna be tough for him.
Yeah. Okay, good thing I had him sixth in my list.
Yeah, he wasn't my top three, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was tough. Um, wow.
So where was the mistake? Maybe rook c5 is indeed the wrong. Because black had many options there, right? Black can play knight f6, hit the g pawn.
Hmm.
Black can play h5, and then after gh, rook c5 there.
Yeah, that was our first thought, h5 and then rook c5. And so
Yeah,
we
and
never
then
thought about this d4 thing because we were always just immediately going rook c5, rook
yeah, that
h5.
seems like a playable position. So rook c5, queen b3, and he played. Oh wow, he did think of knight e5. He played knight e5 after like a good 20-minute think, and he just blundered. Well, the funny part is rook g3 also wins. So I can understand you blunder only one win and move knight d1. It's a backwards move, but rook g3 wins, right?
What about after knight e5, bishop takes e5?
Bishop takes e5. I think we thought knight
94.
e4 wins.
Yeah.
And that's true. Is that the only
Yeah,
one?
knight e4. Knight e4 wins. Yes. I mean that's not a difficult move. It's a simple forward-looking move. Knight d1 is a little bit more difficult, I would
I
say.
like knight d1, man. That's a nice move to just end it. It's forcing a dude to resign with the move knight d1. That's class, dude. That's
No,
class.
and what a beautiful demonstration of this. What was that guy's name? Jesse, the Hungarian.
Oh, let me turn you on to something, Eugene. So
Okay.
years ago, I had this game against Yermo. It was
Okay.
actually a very similar opening variation.
Hmm.
And I was down like 3 million tempi, like this game, and I had some pawns. And it was interesting because after the game, we were analyzing it with Elvis and some other players. And Elvis, especially, was like, Black, Yermo, you have to be winning here. This is ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. But it was like this. It was like, maybe there isn't a win, you know?
Uh-huh.
Anyways, and then I had my friend, I am Shandor Kushtar from Hungary. It was like somehow we were analyzing, and he was like, listen, when you have a position like this where you don't have any development, but you've stolen some stuff, it's best not to move your pawns.
Huh.
It's really interesting because think about it, like the second move your pawns, that's when
Right.
black gets play.
Right. So in some way, Fabi never moved those three
They never
pawns.
move the pawns, dude. Look at all these pieces on the back rank, and black resigns. It's
No,
amazing.
final position is beautiful. Yeah, and he goes
Yeah.
knight d1 just to show
Knight
like
d1. Well, actually, I'm realizing rook g3 is not so clear. Rook g3, queen a8, f3, bishop takes g4. Rook takes g4, queen
Oh
takes
yeah, yeah.
f3. It's still messy.
Knight d1's much cleaner.
Knight d1 is so clean, though.
Yeah, so nice. Yeah.
Oh my God, knight d1. What a move.
Uh,
What a disaster for Wei too.
well, not only that, but like it's a big win because I don't think Wei Yi is going to lose many games. I don't think he's going to lose many games at all.
Well, after this one, who knows?
Uh,
It's such a tough to recover from 19 move, especially when you had a good position out of the opening.
yeah, it's such a long tournament. I mean, if the first half doesn't go well, it's like Konze, right? It's brutal. You just
But
get
but I
yeah,
mean,
you get pummeled.
Fabi just has Wei's number. Remember the statistics we looked at? Seven
yeah.
games, 5 wins.
Yep.
Something about the mismatch.
Explanation for knight d1. So okay, bishop on h3 is caught, and black essentially has no answer here. So they're losing a piece, and they're already down 2 pawns. So it's just the compensation is basically non-existent, and white still has no weaknesses, right? It hasn't done anything. So you didn't have enough for 2 pawns. You're definitely not gonna have enough for the piece. Okay, in a bullet game you play on, but yeah, in classical against Fabi, it's like basically no chance.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will load this other game into here.
Yeah, so now Prague Sandarov.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the other games yet.
So okay, you didn't see Sandarov sacrificed a piece.
Nope.
Oh yeah.
Let's take a look. Wow, what a crazy position. But the thing is, Sindarov isn't his element when he's attacking. So Prague is very playing with fire here.
Oh yeah.
Wow, King on D1. What a game.
Oh, and E5 just played. Uh, now,
I don't
I
know what's
guess
going on.
the big question is well, I was gonna say the big question seemed to be whether knight e5 was playable, but on knight e5 you just play queen f6, and then what do you do?
Oh yeah, you want a piece back right away.
So e5 looks brutal.
All right. Well, my eval would be human eval as black has full compensation,
Yeah.
maybe even advantage. How many
Yeah.
pawns for the piece already? 2 pawns. The king is wide open. E4 is coming.
And another piece of bad news is knight h4, queen g4, you just have to go back. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
you can't even play knight h4.
All right. So Sindarov has 50 minutes to Prague's 30, if this is accurate. This is his type of position. The guy's an attacking genius. I mean, I'm putting my money on black in this game, guys. What do you think?
I
Oh
like
yeah.
black. I put it at 0.5 for black.
I mean, to me, this is like the last game. It's either winning or losing, but that's just no play five.
But
Like,
like humanly, like the engine can probably defend this, but humanly, it's an uphill battle. I'd say Sindarov's gonna win this one.
I mean, but hold on, Engine, Mr. Engine. What do you do? What do you do right now?
Well, you try to give up a piece in such a way to survive.
Okay, so I've knight h4 is out, knight
Hmm.
e5 is out. I've been looking at e4, but after f4, it just looks like my life is over.
Maybe it's not so bad. F4. Do you have any moves with the knight?
Man, it's pretty bad.
It's hard to get the knights organized.
So bishop c2 played.
Bishop c2
Okay,
played.
bishop
Okay.
c2 makes sense. At least you get out of any forks. So it was like a classic attack and move here.
Well, e4.
But e4 may allow some consolidation.
Well, let's just
Well, I guess the problem with knight d4, f4.
right. That's the
There's
main.
no time to consolidate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe it's not. No, I think it is over. But let's just say knight d4, f4. Maybe you could maybe calculate a little bit after ef and see, because rook d8 doesn't. It looks terrible. It looks
Yeah,
awful.
rook d8 looks knight e2.
And then the
There's bishop
bishop is coming
g4.
to
Yeah,
g4 and
that's over.
stuff. Yeah. Okay, so e4 looks like my first question. Knight h4 again, no lo puedo really because of queen g4.
Hmm.
So you either got to go full Kushtar with knight e1 or you got to play knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2 at least makes more sense.
Played
Played?
Oh,
on the
I'm a
board.
GM today.
Wow, you're predicting all the moves.
Okay. All right. Well, this is good for our evaluation because at least now we can kind of mellow out a second and reflect on
Yeah.
what's
And
going on.
now white can play knight e2, give up the g pawn, but at least stabilize, maybe.
Oh, this is going to go to a big time pressure situation.
Oh yeah.
Okay, black to move. Black has several options. Whew. So I'm just going to mention a couple. Obvious move is bishop e6, queen g4, queen g5. All of these things make some sense.
Yeah, I want to get the a8 rook in the game, so I'm voting for some bishop move. like bishop
Rook
e6.
d8 is also not the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that may work.
At some point, like bishop d6 intending bishop e5. Not the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Okay, but what we want to stress actually is like, actually, let's stress that the black bishop on c5 is the god,
Hmm.
and the bishop on c8 still hasn't figured out its life yet. So whatever, however we crack him, we probably need to do something with that bishop. So one plan, if we were to focus on the bishop, would be to play bishop e6 and intend b5 and rook ac8. That seems hard to deal with.
There are also some ideas with a5 bishop b4
Mm-hmm. Good, yeah.
and just trading the a pawn for the e3 pawn. Yeah, very messy position, but probably this is the type of position that Sindarov shines in. Prague is more classical, by the way, guys. This is not his type of position. And he has less time, right? How
By
much?
the way, I think
21 minutes.
here's a fundamental problem, I think. If you play, whatever you play, you have to be concerned with knight e2.
Yes.
Because knight e2, queen g2, rook g1 is a hell of a drug. And of course, knight f4 would be a huge achievement as well.
Yeah, knight e2 is pretty much on autopilot, right?
So I think that that takes away a lot of plans for black. So for example, the natural bishop e6, knight e2, then all of a sudden I don't like it no more.
Yeah, you walk into knight f4. You cannot take on g2 because rook g1 wins. Yeah, you're right. So bishop e6 we can eliminate. Then your bishop d6 looks quite appealing.
Maybe. Uh-huh.
That's not a natural move, but it's very concrete.
One of the things I don't like about it, I want to stress, is it's like I'm playing with my pretty piece, right? Like my bishop is my god, and then I'm just fiddling around with him instead of fixing my other stuff. But
Yeah, definitely knight e2 is coming.
maybe we can play queen g5 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
But
one
then
of the
maybe
weird,
knight b3. Ah, but then you just take on e3, right? I don't think I
right.
have compens.
One of the weird things about queen g5 is like you're inducing king e2 with the
Hmm.
claim that the king is not going to be liking it there.
No, not
And
happy.
also the king on e2 takes away knight e2.
But also with king e2, queen g4 check. If king f2, f4. If king e1, I don't know if you want the king on e1.
Yeah. So and the other point of queen g5 is if rook e1,
Hmm.
then we're preventing knight e2. Then
Then
it's
you can
like
do bishop e6. Yeah.
exactamundo. Yeah. So queen g5 is my top contender for the moment.
Yeah, very nice prophylactic thinking. So Prague has 20 minutes, right? 21 minutes to make move 40. So that's 19 minutes. So he's averaging 1 minute per move.
Oh, that's tough.
So
I believe in Prague, but I don't like this
that's not
position.
an easy position to play.
Any other candidates besides queen g5?
Mm, maybe a5.
maybe.
But it looks a little artificial.
Yeah, I was thinking like a5, knight e2, bishop b4. I mean, it's scary.
Hmm.
I don't know. That's pretty frightening, actually. But anyways, we have to continue. Queen d4.
Queen d4. Yeah, I was gonna say queen
So,
d4.
because if I get knight f4, I also get the block with knight d5.
Right.
I'm starting to really not feel good about it, though. Like just bishop e6, knight f4,
Knight
queen
f4, queen g4
f7.
check.
Yeah, I don't want it. I
Let's
don't
put
want
it on the board.
it. So, we're talking about. Okay, queen g5 is our main move,
Hmm.
but we're talking now about a5 maybe as a candidate. Um, yeah. Now, rook a5 is of course a thought, but after rook takes, queen takes, bishop e3, I'm really frightened about just the collapse that's happening for white in the opening of the game.
I feel like if I was one of the other players and I saw this FIDE result, I would just get depressed. I'd be like, God dang it. Like, why couldn't Wei Yi win this game? And then that would blow the tournament open.
I might have a dumb idea here. How about, how do we feel about the following position? Let's just get a gut check. So
Okay.
a5, knight b3,
Okay, bishop
bishop
b4.
b4, queen takes bishop, pawn takes, rook takes.
This does not feel right for black. The rooks are too disjointed and the
You mean for
king is
white?
wide. For white, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mostly agree with you, but I was just I just wanted to get a gut check on it
Hmm.
because it's not.
I mean, white does have rook and two minor pieces.
And the bishop on c8 isn't not. I got your god off. That was the
Right.
thing. Is I got your god off the board, and now I at least have hopes of putting my knights on f4 and d4.
Do I have a trick with f4 and bishop g4 intermezzo?
Oh, 30.
That's maybe a good move. On f4, I don't know if this works. I was thinking knight e4 would be my hope.
But bishop g4 and rook a8
Oh,
wins.
it's still bishop g4. Come on, cry. Okay, f4 is that's a refutation, I think, right there.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's a game over.
Actually, just to be a party pooper.
Hmm.
F4, rook c8, rook c8, bishop e4,
Queen d6 check.
bishop
Bishop d5
d5.
check. Yeah.
Then move the king.
Right.
Knight jumps somewhere.
Now I'm gonna play. You could probably have done something better because I feel like you've helped me a little bit here. But anyways, here I have
Right.
knight
Queen
e4.
e5, probably.
Yeah, maybe not queen d6.
Let me stress though, I think black is fine in that position. I yeah.
Yeah, it feels like white's king is too open here.
But
Yeah.
by the way, this is helping me be like, no, I think a5 is too convoluted because white gets all kinds of moves they can do. Whereas queen g5, it's a little bit more like, hey, buddy, I'm into control with queen g5.
Yeah, queen g5 definitely feels a more controlled move.
Maybe on queen g5, we ponder the sad knight df1. That could be a concern. That's a sad move.
No, that can't. I don't believe in moves like that. At that point already, rook e1 makes more sense, and rook e2.
Wait, you just saw knight d1 from Fabi, and now you're not going to
Right.
entertain knight df1?
But knight d1 resigns, right? You only play knight d1 when your opponent is resigned.
All right, yeah, we're getting a good tank here.
Yeah,
All
is
right, so we
queen
have,
b6 a thing?
say again,
Same
d6,
idea.
Queen b6?
queen b6.
You do allow some knight h5 business.
True.
Also, like, why would you? Yeah, and rook b1 too.
Hmm.
Yeah, in that case,
That's
queen
true.
queen g5 makes more sense because you just stop this knight e2. And the funny part, rook e1, rook e2, then the knight on g3 is kind of useless. Then you can just slow play it, maybe.
Right. Now, one of the things is the difference between my chump level and these guys is, to me, queen g5 would be like, okay, I'm going to do this. If they play knight df1, I just feel good about it, like kind of in Eugene's sense of things. Rook e1, similarly, because I'm like, well, then he can't play knight e2. So my mind would kind of stop there. Whereas for them, I think they really are trying to make it more concrete, right? Being like, okay, well,
Right.
what then in all these variations? What's actually going to happen after that?
I mean, they're probably calculating queen g5, rook e1, then rook e2. Is this good for me by activating that rook?
All right, Eugene, I know you're making fun of me and stuff, but I'm going to try to defend White's honor with knight df1.
Okay, let's do it. So what is your next move?
Either h4 or king c1.
So
I,
h4, I always have queen g4 check.
yeah,
All
I
right,
want to
so
go.
let's just play bishop e6.
Okay, I was kind of thinking in those situations, I wanted to.
The way I look at this position, you're down rook and two knights.
Okay, I'm gonna play h4 like a madman.
Okay, check.
I'm gonna play knight e2 like a madman.
So which rook to d8, the eternal question.
Or c8. C8 might also be a thing.
All right, let's do the rook e. Although I kind of not sure. Rook
So
e
rook
d8 check.
e d8, king e1.
All right, so now what?
So what's White's next move? Bishop d1?
I
That's
was
a good
thinking,
question. What is white? Maybe
no,
knight
I wanted to
d4?
play knight f4. I want to play knight
Knight
f4.
f4.
That's
Yeah,
my
knight
whole
f4.
thing.
Ah, the fourth rank. Rook d8 played, by the way, in the game.
All right, let's go look.
All right, rook
Rook
d8
d8.
makes sense.
Okay, so we were thinking, we were concerned about knight e2. So let's first ask on this rook d8 move. Let's see, let's go to our.
Yeah, because knight e2 is the key move he had to refute.
So rook d8, promote that. All right, so yeah, knight e2. What if anything is dramatically wrong with knight e2?
Hmm.
Oh, I see it. Okay, so this this might be a really good example of difference in skill level because I'm just like I'm seeing 92 and I'm like, no, I don't like it.
What about queen d6?
Let's try queen d6.
Okay, so bishop b4 is immediate threat, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, knight d4.
But this endgame feels like I would rather be black there. Because I think the three pawns are quite strong. And it's for the knight. But maybe we have like.
But then white can play king e2 and king e3 and consolidate for the first time.
Mhm.
So I'm not so sure if black wants any endgames, even though you win a pawn.
Yeah, no. So maybe we have something better. Like maybe can we try f4?
Well, f4 94 is the main question.
Yeah, and then bishop d4.
Bishop d4. So wait. Just f4 94, bishop d4. Is that what you want?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little confused though, because like
It's pawn
pawn
takes.
takes or queen takes, I don't get
Well,
it.
queen takes. There's queen e7. There's trick. So pawn takes. Then
Let me just step out for 1 sec, guys. I'll be back.
All right.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So queen d4. This endgame. I don't know. I mean, bishop f5 comes out quickly. Rook e8.
Oh, I mean, after rook takes d4, knight d2. I don't know. Okay, maybe that's the best. Let's go back to 92, just to imagine that he's probably got something up his sleeve. We do have a move. He played king c1. So there's something wrong with knight e2.
Well, this. I mean, yeah, it still looks scary. Like we didn't have to go for the endgame there. Queen d6. But king c1 is very logical to try to get the rook in
Okay, now
to unpin.
the drama, I guess, for me with king c1 is black has a ready-made plan of playing bishop e6 followed by b5.
Yeah, that was my issue. Actually, we were looking at this a while ago, just like where to put the king for white, and yeah, the king just doesn't feel good on the queen side because you always have these b5 ideas, rook c8, and very hard to imagine white finding like stability there.
One of the things I liked about knight e2 is we haven't actually committed the king. He could kind of wander in both directions. Now black knows exactamundo where that king is going.
Yeah, yeah. So bishop e6 here just looks normal.
All right, let's look at bishop e6. And let's try to defend white's honor with the basic knight e2 again. Yeah, my knight gets to f4 though. My gosh. What are we doing?
Think. I actually don't think this knight on f4 is so amazing.
Okay.
Like, let's say I just go bishop f7,
Bishop f7. Okay, I'm just going to put my knight on f4 because
and then
I said I was going to do it.
queen d6 maybe.
All right, so maybe bishop b4 is a thing. Um, all right, I'll play knight b3.
Okay, I'm back.
So rook d8 was played, Eugene, and instead of knight e2, he played king c1 first.
Was there anything wrong with 92, by the way, or no?
We didn't find it, but one of the things about king c1 is that unless black plays something like queen g5, he still can play knight e2.
Yeah,
So
queen
it's not
g5 on
like
the board and rook e1. So Prague's speeding it up.
so queen g5. I'm a GM today. I think he should have done that the last one.
Right, that was the key idea. He allowed this 92, but Prague didn't play it.
Right. Well, it did look very scary for me still. I don't know. Queen d6, that those lines looked.
Hmm.
Um, so queen g5 and rook e1.
Okay. So default move for black should definitely be bishop e6. But now I guess the drama is knight b3 is coming.
Wait, but you still have knight e2 on the board?
No, 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 you're not. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm in the classroom. I got rook e1 on the board.
On my board, 92 is the man.
Uh-oh. Let me refresh or something. I reload. Sometimes it's chess.com classroom. Yeah. No, it messed me up. Okay, king c1. What's going on? All right. King c1, queen g5,
Hmm.
rook e1. Do we have it now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
promoted to man.
I did. Sometimes it's a real jerk head,
Okay.
this classroom thing. All right, so rook e1.
Okay, so at least there's no longer 92.
So we're all agreed. Black wants to play bishop e6, but bishop e6, knight b3 is, I guess,
Well, hold on. There's are there some knight 64 ideas in there?
maybe.
Maybe not. The
I
queen's
don't
going to
know
be
about
guarding
knight
the bishop.
e4, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's not a big deal.
So if I'm concerned about bishop e6, knight b3,
Hmm.
then a5 would be my best shot, right?
Yeah, a5 makes a lot of sense. Um, Maybe bishop e7 as well.
But wait, a5, rook takes a5.
But then, oh, why don't we show that? I'm going to put that on the board because that's a nice variation. Rook takes, queen takes. The queen is looking at the rook, so there's no lo puedo bishop e3 because rook e3, queen d8. Okay, good trick. So a5 is out. And on bishop e6, my drama is I don't like black's position much after the basic knight b3, but maybe rook c8. Maybe knight b3, rook c8 like a simple person. That's some kind of compensation.
Yeah.
Oh, except after knight b3, rook c8, white has queen e5, tagging both of my coconuts.
But e3 hangs?
Oh, you're right on that. Okay. No, no, Jesse, no. Wait a second, though. Wait, Kostya, but then on bishop e6 is a very unfortunate little puedo because queen e5.
Right away.
I mean, maybe the party's not over instantly because bishop b4, but I get to take e6 with check.
Or bishop e3. Maybe it's not. Maybe black is fine there.
Bishop e3. Let's check. So queen takes e6 check. Let's
Yeah,
assume
king
king
h8.
h8. Holy moly.
Wow, what a crazy position.
Okay, but wait, I believe in white here. So rook takes e3,
Mm-hmm.
queen takes e3, and now I get to play my famous knight gf1.
Mm, this does not give me confidence. Queen c3.
Okay, I get it. It's not the happiest days of my life.
Yeah, white's pieces are shite.
Oh, now they're calling my piece of Okay, hold on. Rook a2.
And then
Oh,
either
rook a2.
uh
Overturning the evaluation completely.
yeah, we have to be a little careful. Rook e8, queen takes f5 somehow holds because
Well,
rook
that's what
f8,
I'm
queen
saying. I
takes
mean,
e4.
if you have some move, I'll believe it. But yeah, I've got questions here.
But what is White's next move? That's the question.
Wait, is it Queen F5 a move?
Yeah, I mean, if we stop it, I mean, like, I don't know, some move like Rook F8 or G6.
Wait, why not? Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, I don't want to move the Rook away from the file. G6, you may have some perpetual ideas if my queen leaves the diagonal. Mm.
I will play for more than perpetual, my young friend.
Yeah, probably Rook F8 with idea Rook A, E8 and E3, right?
Okay, Rook F8.
Nice.
Probably complicated. Okay. Um, let's go back just and say the obvious. We're in this position now, and Queen E7 was played after Rook E1. So we got to go all the way back. King C1. Oh my God, where are we? Queen G5, Rook E1, and now Queen E7. Let's make sure we have that on our board. Sometimes with this chess.com classroom, it's so nasty, but we do have it. Queen E7, pretty basic threat with Bishop B4.
By the way, Prague is down to 16 minutes. This is going to be a huge time scramble.
Queen E7 was a very simple and good move. So if Rook B1, you'd have to be very concerned about Bishop
A5.
A3 check and A5. And Bishop B4 is kind of a hell of a drug. Now, the famous knight GF1. Maybe, but you're really tied up after Bishop B4. Oh, yeah, that's a nasty move, Queen E7.
How is our buddy Hikaru doing?
Ah, doesn't matter.
Let's see. Naka. Switch to the live board over there. Seems
Black
like
looks
Naka's
quite
a
comfortable, right?
bit
With that.
worse, yeah? I feel like I would take Gary's position.
Yeah, the bishop on F1 against the knight looks terrible.
Naka's trying to bail out with Queen B3. One thing, I mentioned this earlier, but I want to ask you, Eugene, we did this big podcast about if kids destroy your chess. And, I don't know, I feel like the takeaway I had from that podcast was it's not like they're going to ruin your chess forever. And it's not like you shouldn't have kids, but you should definitely not have kids right before a world championship. And if you do have kids, you don't want them around. And so in his recap, he was like, yeah, before the game, I wasn't really preparing. I was hanging out with my kid playing.
Right.
And I was like, oh, dude, you didn't hear our podcast, Naka. You didn't hear our podcast about the hormones and all this stuff, dude.
Well, it seems like it did not affect Magnus at all
But
because he also had a kid, but he
Magnus
like
hasn't really been playing though.
no, but hold on, he played this big Fisher Random tournament that he
Yeah,
won.
that doesn't mean nothing. Don't talk to me about the Fisher Random.
No, the Fisher Random was cool, like the 9-0 in classical. That was very cool. He is playing soon. He's playing this TP Sigmund tournament.
Oh, exactly, and that's a classical tournament.
So
That's his
that'll be
first.
really interesting to see. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big test.
That'll
Yeah.
be the first real test of what the baby. Maybe we'll do a follow up podcast. How Magnus did. That's very interesting. I mean, I also heard that he was very close to playing Waikanze this year, which is
Oh,
surprising.
really? That is
Yeah,
surprising.
yeah, exactly. It's like the longest tournament. So
Okay, rook
who
e2
knows?
is played.
Rook e2. Okay, rook e2.
Solid. So he's getting ready to play your move next, knight f1.
Yeah, let's just get a little prep going on there. All right.
So I feel like these positions, black does not need to do anything crazy. Like b6, a5, bishop e6, just develop your pieces,
Yeah.
and white will do all the work for you.
And the other good news for us is then now after rook e2, we don't have to worry about knight e2 anymore.
Hmm.
It's
But
over.
knight h5, hold on. Maybe that's his idea. Knight f4 then. So
Okay.
maybe bishop e6 is a little bit too straightforward. Yeah. Hope he doesn't blunder knight h5, knight f4. Maybe I just play g6 now?
But I don't quite get this knight on f4. Like, let's say bishop e6,
Knight h5.
and h5, and then black goes maybe b5.
Or just rook a8. Yeah, one of those moves.
And then on knight f4, then we have bishop f7.
Bishop
Just
f7, yeah, because knight d5 is never gonna help me with the rook on
correct.
c8, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. The knight on f4 in itself is not that useful against the king side, queen side play.
All right, I want to defend White's honor though. So let's imagine bishop e6.
Hmm.
And for the fans out there, let's just say we've been trying to make bishop e6 work for like the last couple hours. All right, knight h5. Now you guys choose between b5 and rook ac8. They both scare the bejesus out of me. Which one
Mm.
do you want?
It's a tough choice between those two.
I just pick one and I'll show you my
Okay,
idea.
rook ac8, let's.
Okay, rook ac8. This looks crazy, but we want to try it g4.
Whoa, that is crazy.
So if b5, I think I also want to play this weird g4 move.
So
Hmm.
what is your idea against bishop b4, for instance?
I'm going to move my queen. I'm going to move my queen. No, queen e5, right? And then,
Yeah,
wait. Queen e5, you might have rook c5.
maybe. Then you have queen b2 or something.
Yeah. All right, let's put queen e5 on the board.
Okay, so you're entering some crazy complications.
But I gotta create some juice over there before you wail on me. Also, actually, I want to mention
Hmm.
that on the last move too, one nice thing for black is on bishop b4, I could have also taken on g7, and I think I'm bailing to an equal position there. Because I got queen g7, queen takes, knight takes, king takes, gf, and a7's hanging.
Mm, maybe.
Now, Beastie Fix wants to go, what does he say? Instead of rook a8, I'd low-key go rook d6. Kostya, as the interpreter of this generation, what does it mean if you low-key make a move?
Uh, Low key is not my favorite phrase.
Uh-huh.
I think people say it when they're not confident about what they're thinking. They're like, I'm low key a little hungry right now. It's like, you can be hungry. It doesn't have to be, it's not embarrassing.
You don't take responsibility for your next action.
It's always like, I low key insert very obvious human feeling.
Right.
You know?
Uh-huh. Okay.
It's like, yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Uh, Geary just played c4, and he's trying to bust. That's the claim. That's the big claim move. So,
Oh
uh,
wow, he is definitely trying to do something.
he's going for it. Kind of feels like white should have enough to hold this though after it takes, right?
Takes you take back with opponent queen e3, and what's
Yeah.
the big problem? Rook b6 is coming.
Yeah, now White's bishop is coming alive.
Maybe he has some crazy idea that if on DC he can play knight e4.
Mm.
Maybe, I don't know. It's still I still haven't figured it out, like queen b5, but maybe then we claim that we've got some special juice.
But also there's queen e3 intermezzo, and then b5 hangs, and then white gets the passers. That could be that's not Geary style. Yeah, I think DC, BC, queen e3, and then it's gonna probably peter to some kind of a draw.
But why would you play c4 in that case? He's got to have some idea because DC, BC, queen e3, and all of a sudden, unless black, yeah.
Well, you have 13 minutes against 22, and you're Geary, so you want to draw. You want to simplify, clarify.
Okay.
It's not maybe the best decision, but
Okay, maybe, yeah, in the spirit of Aguirre, you could go DC, BC, Queen E3, and then C3. Something like that. Just be like, I want to trade everything off, son.
but wait, c3, rook c3, rook c3, queen c3, knight e4. The a pawn is very strong with the knight against bishop.
I'm just trying to figure out what he's doing here. Because if you don't do anything after Queen E3, I'm going to eventually play Rook B6. Your pawn's a little funky. Naka doesn't want any part of it and plays Queen B4.
Dang it, I hate it when they both see something. Like, what was the issue with DC?
But honestly, I don't like C4 at all. Even both DC and this Queen B4 move. Like,
Yeah, what's wrong with dc4, by the way?
no one knows, but after Queen B4, White also might be a little touch better now.
Sure.
No,
Yeah, it's like, why did Black do this?
Gary's messing it up. I didn't like C4. White had absolutely no threat. Black could have just moved the queen.
Weird, right?
I don't know. I would have traded queens on b3
Yeah, you could trade
and
queens.
just double, like rook
Double
somewhere.
right?
Yeah, rook, bring the rooks, bring the king in, and then slowly find a way to maybe put pressure.
Yeah.
Because that pawn on d3 is just so terrible. Why would you trade it?
And also, it's just like the bishop's in a cage, and your C4 is like,
Right.
oh, bishop, hey, you want to come out to play? Oh, okay, let's go play. Yeah, that was a soft move, C4. Okay.
Shaky form from Gary so far, huh?
I knew who the favorites coming in were. It was very obvious to me.
Well, if Sindara wins this one, it's gonna be him and Fabi.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. I said it was Fabi Sindarov and then Prague with the dark horse.
By the way, Sipenko drew very much uneventful game.
Yeah. We're gonna stop watching those guys.
Right. It looks like
I gave both those guys like a 3% chance.
neither of them wanted to win this game, and black. I mean, Sipenko was black, so
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think of the strategy by Bluebaum? Just make draws and wait for somebody to go after you? Is that the best he can hope for in this tournament?
He made a great comment after his first round draw. He said something like, well, 13 and a half out of 14 wouldn't be a bad result.
All right. Well, now he's down to what?
Third, what is it? Yeah, 2 games, right? So he's gonna score 13 out of 14.
The Bluebaum Gambit is still alive, my friends. He has not lost. He has not lost a game. Okay. And then let's say Fabi loses his mind with him and Bluebaum wins. Oh, we're all in.
There's a lot of. I mean, yeah, Prague can give a game to Blue Bomb.
Oh, guys, by the way, tomorrow Hikaru is playing Wei Yi.
Ah, interesting.
And Hikaru is
or black, probably.
black. So this may be Hikaru may go all in on this one.
Yeah, good chance to.
He has a good killer instinct. He feels when somebody's off form. This is his strength.
Nah, this is going to be a draw, though, my friend.
Most
Come
likely,
on.
but you
Yeah.
never know. Wei is not in the best mental state right now, and he may also not want to draw with white, and it's gonna be a three-result game.
Hmm.
Okay, this looks like they're liquidating
They're
fast.
about to shake hands over here with the niche and Naka.
Okay, Sindarov.
Yeah, Sindarov.
Yep, that's the game. Definitely the game of after the FIDE.
So bishop e4, queen b2. Okay, now I see a plan for white. You go rook a2, and then knight h1, knight f2.
All right, all right, all right.
Complete the connect 8.
So what is the idea of bishop b4? To play a5 and rook a6, maybe?
Well, one good point is that if bishop e6 now, knight h5. So if you've done it before,
You no longer have queen e5 option, correct?
I
Right.
know no I have queen e5, and that queen takes g7 thing doesn't come with the stomper. But I want to stress the thing that's making me believe that white is the one in control of this thing is that the bishop on c8 hasn't done anything yet. And I don't see an easy path. The knight h5, that's coming. And sure, you could play g6. That's maybe a computer move to play g6, but every human player is not going to want to do g6.
Yeah, a5 or bishop e6 is more human.
Yeah. But after both those moves, like knight h5, I don't feel bad as white, especially if I see the g4 idea.
But maybe now bishop e6, knight h5, b5 with the queen
Yeah,
on
we could
b2.
talk about it.
So that was our original idea, try to mess things up here.
Okay, let's see if we can get the right position on the board without chess.com blowing it for us. So queen e7, rook e2, bishop b4.
I read somewhere, I
Two.
think Wei E forgot the pony can jump backwards.
The backwards moves are hard to find, man.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna guess in terms of guess the move, I'm gonna actually guess this g6 weird thing is actually gonna go down. I
Oh,
wouldn't want to
wow.
do it, but I think g6, if I'm doing guess the move, that's what's going on. Because when I'm looking at bishop e6 for black, my knight h5 looks very pleasant for a peasant.
Hmm.
You had a move, though, that you wanted to try. It was like b5 or something, right?
Yeah, so my idea is b5. By the way, Sindarov has less time.
Yeah.
Why is he burning so much time?
Ooh, I might have a nice move on b5. Let me try rook a6. Just to ask question for your little coconut.
Oh, wow. Yeah, rook takes e6 is a serious idea.
Well, maybe you could play bishop c4 or
Bishop
something.
c4, yeah. I'm not quite seeing the problem yet.
All right, knight takes.
BC maybe.
Now, one of the nice things about this BC business is at least now the C file doesn't get open. Queen A2 looks natural. I don't know about Queen A2. My queen was already looking at G7, Cry. Are you sure about Queen A2? Well, let's give Queen A2 a shot anyway. It does have a threat. Kind of. I don't know. Maybe it's not that big of a threat.
Okay, so I need to move my queen maybe somewhere. Either c7 or c5, right? Which one is better? Let's
But
try c5.
why not king h8 here? Do we have to defend this pawn?
No,
Oh
you
yeah,
don't
king
have to.
h8 is very interesting. Just sack it and then rook c8.
Yeah, or like bishop a3 and
Hmm.
maybe some mate.
All right,
Mate in it. Yeah,
let,
king h8. Let's do that.
let's just go back a second. So bishop E6, knight H5, B5. Okay, let me just ponder here because white has 1,000 moves. Well, let's play the manly move because it's just in the air, and so we should just introduce it as a thought. So let's play g4.
Hmm. Can I play BC?
All right, so c3 is the little touch that I'm being threatened with here. Makes sense. Maybe that's already not what I wanted in.
Yeah, that's a big intermezzo coming. So why didn't you want to do the C takes B5?
C takes b5, totally a move. I had big fears of rook a c8, but maybe I shouldn't.
But now your favorite move, Queen takes G7.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna win A7 with check, and
All right, let's show that to the fans. Rook a c8, Balin, queen takes, knight takes, king takes, rook takes. Okay, good.
King F6, and the game continues. Let's see. It's equal pawns somehow.
Yeah. Well, white should be happy with life.
Yeah.
It's not equal. White's up a pawn, right?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, you don't want to play rook a c8.
But that was my main idea. Why would I play C5?
b5 and b. Yeah. Okay.
B5, yeah.
So that's why if I'm looking at this for black, I would think of strongly about g6, the sad g6. We have a move on the board. We have a5. a5 play.
Okay, A5 was one of our candidates, by the way, to get the rook activated.
And let's say the obvious, the bishop on c8 is just not in El Gamo.
Not for long ago. Maybe he comes in.
All right, I'm going to guess knight h5 is the move here.
Yeah, knight H5 has to be played. I don't see any other ideas. Unless some knight B3, knight D4, but
Okay, what is the, help me understand a5 though. It's a cool looking move, but like what, are we playing rook a6? What is our big thing?
Yeah, maybe.
Like, what is rook a6? You want to go rook a6 to c6, or what is it you want?
I feel like it can. It's very flexible. Like you can go to b6 and then look for some
hmm
discovery. You can also maybe go to like h6 on knight h5 and like take on h2, right? And just like start hammering from this side.
Okay, well, all right, let's play knight h5.
Yeah, let's try rook a6.
knight F4 and rook B6 maybe.
Yeah.
By the way, 10 minutes for Sindaro already. How many moves?
10 minutes.
They
Oh.
15 moves they have to make, right?
Ooh.
So
That's
that's
not
a big
easy.
scramble.
Yeah.
All right, g4.
Oh wow, G4, not knight
I
F4.
still want g4.
Hmm.
But you're right, knight f4 is also a candidate. I was figuring you'd play rook b6, though,
Right.
threatening yield bishop d2.
Yeah. Why not rook b6 here?
Yeah, rook B6 still makes sense.
I was going to just wonder what you were doing to me after bishop b3. He's tanking after a5.
So king H8 or something?
Mm-hmm.
All right, king h8. Ooh, buddy. All right, I'm just going to take the pawn and see what happens. gf.
Bishop, I guess. Bishop F5.
Bishop f5.
Okay, finally the bishop's out.
So I got a couple candidates here. Rook g2, rook f2. Maybe some.
Rook G2, I may have some nasty rook G6.
Why would that be nasty? I would just trade and go back to f4.
Because G2 knight hangs.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah. And then okay, so also fair is to say that. Okay.
Bishop g4 is a big threat too.
Mm-hmm.
This may be you
We're
have to
just like
play knight
opening up too
f4.
much, yeah,
All
for
right,
the
so rook
bishops and
g2,
rooks.
Okay, rook g6.
rook f2.
Oh, you're gonna get killed in the back rank though.
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't trust this one.
I don't know if I trust it either. I mean, maybe you could even play rook d3 or something nasty, you know?
Queen h4 maybe. Yeah, rook d3 looked good too.
All right, that was a little too much. All right,
Yeah.
let's go back. That was good. A5, we think knight 8, and A5 is a position on the board. I think we
Yeah.
all agree
Knight
that knight 8,
h5 feels natural.
yeah, and then this rook a6 is interesting. We don't
Mm-hmm.
also don't know what else the idea would be
Oh, he
if
went
you
knight
played a5.
knight b3 by the way.
Okay.
Ah, okay. So he's trying to solidify with knight d4 ideas. Okay, that's another plan. Solid. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Because, like, why would you open up the position with like knight h5 g4? It could backfire. Whereas this knight d4 keeps the game closed.
I think the other thing about it is if so it's all about this bishop e6 move in my head. So if bishop e6 now, then maybe we got queen e5, and if bishop d6, maybe we got knight f5.
You can also play bishop e6, knight d4,
Fair. Okay,
and
yeah.
then knight g takes f5 comes with the tempo, and
Good, good.
it's
Okay, we
still.
got rook a6 and knight d4. Both played
Uh,
pretty fast.
Hmm.
knight e4, beautiful.
Yeah, knight d4 makes sense. So the question is, do we play like some move to protect the f pawn, like g6 type of move, or what?
G6 feels pretty sad, and the knight on d4 is definitely a beauty. I
Oh
think
yeah,
actually you can see that g6, bishop b3, and you don't want to be black anymore.
yeah. All of a sudden the threats are reversed.
Oof. Yeah,
So
this
yeah,
could easily
g6,
turn.
g6 you don't want to play. Hmm. Yeah, Prague may turn this game around. That would be interesting.
Okay, I update my eval. I go point 0.2 for white.
Hmm.
Big swing.
I say equal.
Cool.
Um, well, at the moment, it just seems like White's winning. So I don't know. I mean, he needs a move. He needs a move. And my first thought here is like Prague is old school. He's bringing his knights forward instead of backward.
Right.
Yeah, what's that about? Hasn't he seen Caruana Wei?
And one of the things that's interesting about this position is we all have wanted to fix the knight on g3 forever, but all of a sudden it's the knight on g3 who's suddenly making a little threat here, and it's a nasty one.
All right, so let's
Maybe I could play queen e5.
He goes
you
for
played
queen
queen
g5.
g5. Okay. Queen
You play
g5.
queen g5.
So same idea to protect the pawn. Put pressure on the e3 pawn. And now your bishop b3 move, right?
It makes a lot of sense to play bishop b3, yeah.
Maybe there's bishop c5 nuance. Yeah. All of a sudden you're all pinned up and the bishop blocks the. Yeah, maybe bishop b3 is not the best.
Bishop c5 is nice.
Very nasty move.
You got like rook b6 coming.
Yeah, the bishop on b3 looks kind of misplaced now. Yeah,
What a
queen
fun
g5
game.
is a little bit nasty. Do you, how do you even get out of this? Bishop b3, bishop c5, king b1, and you pray that you're not gonna get killed rook b6 anytime soon? That's hard to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this rook on a6 is quite annoying.
So what's black's threat? You're saying is bishop c5 is the threat?
My other idea is just h5, h4, if nothing else.
Uh-oh. You know it's bad when somebody starts saying if nothing else.
Yeah, bishop c5, h5, rook b6. These are the moves.
Okay, I'm starting to like black again.
Yeah, maybe start with bishop c5.
Equal plus.
So bishop b3, bishop c5, equal plus, yeah. If you find bishop c5. But we have to give Prague credit. He's been defending this like a beast.
Yeah, given that he likely didn't know the line.
So
Very
it's
fast.
six, 7 minutes.
I'm still thinking that this guy's got it under control here.
Okay, king b1.
That one went down, king b1. Okay, good.
Is rook b6 he's about to play or what?
The problem with rook b6 is you need an idea after knight b5.
Right. Maybe just play bishop c5,
Though it's got to be said, there's no
but
clear
a5
threat.
pawn. Hmm.
I don't think this is so simple for a pimple.
No,
Could,
definitely not.
could still go either way. I mean,
Yeah.
it has to be some big swing of evals gonna come soon with this. No time left. 6 minutes each. 12 moves. This is Ivanov territory, guys. I don't know if people in the chat know who I mean.
No, they don't know.
They
don't
don't
know
know.
what you're talking
They have no idea.
Deep cut.
Okay. This is also one of those positions where, like, you turn on the computer and it's going to say every move is a mistake, right? Ooh, your move. You're a GM today.
Wow.
You're a GM today, Eugene.
What?
H5.
He played my move? No way.
That's a man's
Amazing.
move, man. That's a man's move. He's like, oh, I'm just going to push you away. Now, let's just say, like, it's pretty amazing because this is always an interesting thing is when you push a bad piece away from its square to try to make it even worse.
Hmm.
So it's got to be said, even if it's black's move and he plays h4, it's not like knight f1. There's something absolutely crushing about that. It's just a more passive piece.
Maybe his threat is h4 and h3 though. I guess you can go g3, but
G3, but then the knight on f1 is a little
I'm
bit.
going to take the pawn on h3. I don't know what you're talking about.
queen g1,
King a2.
king a2.
Yeah, maybe you can.
No care.
Yeah, I think maybe just keep the pawn on h4 and just kind of keep restriction.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you're just in time pressure, I think king a2 is not the dumbest.
King a2 is played.
Oh, I'm a GM today.
Nice.
All right, 5 minutes for Prague, 6 minutes for Sindarov. And how many moves left? 11 moves left.
So obviously you see the king on a2. The first thought is somehow get your bishop to e6.
Right.
Unclear how it gets there. That, as we've talked about forever, the problem in black's game is making that guy useful.
And all of a sudden that knight on d4 is a beast.
Oh yeah, that's a very strong piece.
h4.
h4. Okay, that's anticipated. We're anticipating knight f1.
Okay, knight f1 is autopilot.
Quickly. Yeah.
And now, very complicated position. You think it's still balanced or black's a bit better, Kost?
Huh. I
Oh,
mean,
I'm going for white here, by the way. I'm definitely saying white's better.
oh, how
I would
much?
say definitely not better for white. Either balanced or black's better.
Yeah, I kind of
I
feel like
don't
black is a
know.
bit better.
But no, I say
Bishop
Bishop
c7.
d7. So he's trying to get the bishop rerouted on e8 f7, maybe?
So what's your number, Jesse?
Total no idea, but let's go point 0.3 for white.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, that's a big.
So yeah, let's talk about it. The black has to solve the bishop, and
Okay,
we
Rook
have to.
D1 is played.
It's a good move. I like that.
And Rook C8.
Wow, Rook C8 instantly.
They're really picking up the speed now.
That's a very not obvious move to me.
Well, they gotta do it, man. They gotta move. All right,
Yeah.
let's say the obvious thing is that there's Rook C4 is not yet a threat.
All right, I'm gonna propose Jesse's move now, G4.
There we go. Now we're gonna start talking manly
Let's
chess.
cook. Let's cook.
Let's cook. No, G4, and honestly, that's the move we should be looking at every single time.
Because white needs now activity on the king side.
Now, Eugene, let's go. Let's just do G4 for fun, because I think your idea is, you can tell me if this is right, is that if Queen G4, we're gonna do bishop, maybe bishop. Well, actually, it's complicated.
Bishop B3.
But bishop B3, he's got A4,
Mm.
and that at least scares me to bejesus.
All right, so yeah, maybe not yet Bishop B3. Maybe C5 and Rook G2.
C5 is interesting, yeah.
My idea is Rook G2 and Bishop B3.
Or you don't have to be so fancy. You could just
Okay, I can just play Bishop
and then
B3.
Rook G2. Okay, but yeah, G4 would be a hell of a move.
I mean, that's not Prague style though.
Well, what I like
Yeah, we
about
got knight D2. A lot of moves coming in. Rook B6.
okay,
Okay, Rook B. Oh, C5.
It's C5 from
He
Prague.
played my move.
Oh,
Crazy. Wait, what? I don't understand. What if I just play Bishop takes C5? What is he smoking, guys?
he wants to say check to the miserable king.
But
and
then I
then
just moved the
C4.
king and you just gave me everything.
No, I get
A4 and
knight C4. I get my knights. My knights are coming a prancing, my friend. My
okay, so
knights are
king
coming a
king
prancing.
H7, knight C4, Rook B4 and resigns.
Wait,
A4 is next, and I
wait,
mean,
wait. What do you say? Bishop takes C5.
yeah,
Check to the miserable king. And then what do you
king
want?
H7,
H7, excuse me. Let me put it on H7. And then knight C4.
Rook B4, and A4 is the big threat.
Okay. So before I resign, I'm going to play knight E5.
Okay, bishop somewhere. Bishop
E8.
E8 or bishop, or maybe bishop A4.
Okay.
I don't know where. I guess A4 is more active.
okay. Took with the rook, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
It also looks very strong. I think this is more for black. I'm going minus over plus.
Okay, yeah, I feel like C4 is a little bit without the G file. He is playing with fire here.
Because now it's 3 pawns for black.
But
For
also like
knight.
you're opening up more files for the rooks.
Yeah, and the king is, of course, still.
Okay, Kosi,
Great.
let's just go to the live game. Let's just go to live game because we're not going to be able to talk about this on our
Yeah.
other
Okay.
fancy board.
Done.
Okay, live game.
What a mess. Okay.
So bishop B3 check, I assume, his idea. Still play king H7. Knight C4. Right? Knight C4. Now the rook on B6 hangs. Rook on B6 hangs. Rook A6. A4
Another
is a big
crazy
threat.
thing, Eugene, is I think I might be able to play knight C4 immediately because rook C4, bishop B3, no way
Changed.
to break the pin, I think.
2 minutes for Prague. 7 moves to go.
Oh.
I'm watching him. He's leaning.
No increment, little man. No increment.
Yes.
Queen B3 check.
Queen B3.
That doesn't look good. That looks like the move of a man who's
Queen B3. Queen B3 doesn't feel right. Okay, king H7. Oh, wait, knight 6 E4 I'm blundering, right? Is that the idea? Maybe king H8 is more accurate?
Maybe. Is knight E4 a thing?
King H8. Makes more sense just to stay off that.
So you don't
back
have to
window.
calculate that line, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, now what? Queen F7 is his idea?
That might be his idea, yeah.
But that just lose on the spot. Rook c2, bishop e6 resigns.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so I think he just cooked, guys. I don't see any moves.
He needs something really
He
fast.
needs something really fast here.
Queen f7, rook
Oh!
c2 on the
Pre-move!
board.
Oh! I called
Pre-move!
it!
Oh,
Pre-move!
Pre-move!
oh, welcome to the dojo.
Oh!
Oh, no.
Prague, see you later, buddy.
Prague.
Man.
Okay, let
And
me
the
see the video.
reaction. Oh, man.
Oh, it was great. What a great day.
Dude, King b1, he didn't give up.
No, it's, this just, let's forget about it time. He could play rook c7. He could do whatever he wants. Rook d2.
I mean, the guy's got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, I assume you guys are saying it's lost.
It's toast.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's completely.
Dang.
It's hard to even mess this up for black now.
Yeah.
It's not like white has a threat.
He needed to play that g4 idea. That knight d2 was a loser, man. Give me a break. Yeah, rook d2. What are we talking about? We
Well,
got
I think he
discovered
kind of
checks.
forgot that the G file isn't open somehow. I don't know. This
Now
whole
black's the one up a piece.
this
Oh,
whole
no.
C5 business just backfired.
He's playing on. Yeah, he doesn't have enough time to resign. He just has to make moves. King c2 now. Okay, king a2.
No, it doesn't matter. Bishop e3, whatever you want to do.
I mean, yeah, you're also just mated. It's just
Right.
bring the queen over. Oh, man.
Resigns.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I called it, though. I said this is not Prague's type of position out of the middle game. But that
Yeah.
a5 rook a6 was an h5, right? That's creativity right there. We called that.
He played it well.
Sindar was just a beast, guys.
I still believed in the white position. Like, I thought g4. I still believe that.
No, I think white was fine, but it
Yeah.
was like an engine-like precision you have to play. One wrong move and you're toast. You're giving white like a 0.3 at some point. I don't know.
This is called crispy critters, where I come from.
Yikes. Prague's dream of playing his buddy Gukesh.
Forget about it. Queen f6. Let's play that. Oh, now
He just
brutally
took everything. He took, like, look at this. Queen f6 is the classy move, guys.
There we go.
That's the Russian school of chess right there.
Yeah,
That's right.
too much.
And he won with black, too.
Yeah.
Remember what happened to Prague? Exactly
What's
the
this?
same situation when he went crazy against Gukesh with that like Catalan hybrid line where he sacked everything.
Yes, yeah, he lost with white. Yeah,
He
that
lost
kinda
with white.
early-
Exactly the same thing happened.
early on.
There must have been round 2 or round 3.
Well,
Probably
also,
just so
let's just say-
ambitious. He's just always going for it.
Sindarov won both with Esipenko game too. Like very games that were probably the engine is going all over the place. You know.
The wild game, yeah.
Yeah, both games like could have gone either way. Okay, that was amazing. I'm out of here. I'm done.
All right. Yeah, that was a
Fabi
good
and
day, guys.
Sindarov.
Lots of, and then we set the new record, right? 19 move win, and at least from 2013 candidates hasn't been done before.
Oh, okay, that's a good stat. Yeah. It felt like a lot more than 19 moves, I gotta tell you.
Right.
It was involved.
Wow. And what happened with the women guys? Any results there?
I'll let you guys figure that out. Bye, everybody.
All right. See you later.
Eugene, you rooting for someone there in the women?
You know, not so many preferences there. Asubaeva won.
Bibisara.
Wait, isn't she the girlfriend of Sindarov? So they have like a double win.
She is, yeah. Wow, big day for them. Oh my God.
Oh, and look at her move, Rook G8. Did you see that one?
Oh, no,
Crazy.
let me see.
All prep too.
Here we go back.
Oh, what a crazy game. She just said, I'm just gonna push the G pawn and checkmate.
Let's see. Oh, we had Russo. Okay.
What an insane game with white played
Rook
C4.
G8. Wow. Okay, but white played very provocatively with this H3.
Right.
Because yeah, typically black is going bishop G4 in this position, so white stops that. So yeah, if you play H3, then you'll have to deal with, maybe G5 was a move too, just immediately.
Yeah, and then somehow white just fell apart in complications.
Wow.
And
And she defeats like one of the favorites too, Zujiner.
yeah,
Everyone's calling for her to win this thing. Wow.
Divya is strong too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, very strong.
Although she's losing.
Let's see, so Divya worse in her game.
Because A7, C5, she may just collapse there. What about Lagno? Oh wow. Lagno has some crazy compensation.
Yeah.
But is that enough though? Rook H6 is coming, F5 hangs then.
Right. Also, she's up a pawn. Wait, no, sorry.
Well, she's down a
It's
piece,
down a piece
but
here. Oh.
the question is, does she have any moves? Wait. Knight F4, EF, Rook H6, King G3, Rook H3, King H3, Queen H1. Ah, but King G3, you run away somehow, right? So Knight G3, Knight
Yeah,
F4,
looks like
EF, Rook H6, King G3. Feels like there may be something.
somehow there's no mate.
Is there mate? So Knight F4, EF, Rook H6, King G3.
Okay, knight f4 played. She tries, but yeah, maybe take. Okay, H6, King G3.
Take on
Maybe.
F4 or Queen D3 check.
Yeah, something here.
Ah, Queen D3 check you cannot block with the knight. You have to play Queen F3. Ah, Rook H3, King H3, G4. Ah, wait, no, then Rook takes G4. Right? Hold on. Queen F3. Queen F3, GF, King takes. What a crazy position.
Yeah. Feels like might be something. Wait, so.
It feels like there may be something here.
Check
Oh,
takes.
wait. Do I have G4? Oh my God, this is game of a century if she plays G4.
Wait, G4 where?
Well, I play Knight F4, you take,
Yeah.
Rook H6, King G3, Queen D3, no Knight F3, so Queen F3 is forced, and now G4.
Oh.
That's game of the century right there.
Oh my god.
Right?
Oh.
It's like a study, right?
Whew.
You can't like it's usually composed.
I got hot. Wow. Whew.
G4, Queen takes Rook H3. Yeah, I mean I don't see a move.
So
She has
check on knight
25
F3.
minutes.
G4. Oh my god.
You think she sees it?
That is sick.
That is a sick.
I mean,
If she sees this, I mean that's a brilliant surprise at least.
maybe she did. I mean, she played knight F4 and she has a lot of time still.
But I mean, there's so many options though, right? You can easily miscalculate. Like I thought Rook H6, Rook H3 first.
Yeah.
Then we thought GF. But this Queen D3 and this quiet move G4 is the killer.
Yeah, no, G4
Let me double
is,
check with an engine.
insane.
-5.
Yeah. Wow.
Wait, so EF, Rook H6, King G3, Queen D3 check. Yep, all forced. G4 is the only move. Everything's losing. But G4 went.
Wow. It's beautiful.
Wow. Yeah, we should give it to, I should give this to my students, this knight F4 position.
Yeah.
It's like a puzzle. That would be a beautiful finish. Because Tang Zhou was really strong last candidates.
Yeah,
She won it, right?
I
So
think so. Yeah.
yeah, I think she did.
So queen d3 check. Someone's just a bishop e3,
Oh, I didn't look at bishop e3.
but take.
Bishop e3, queen takes e3.
Yeah,
Ah, but now you can block with the knight.
but it's isn't it mate gf
GF is made, guys.
even on
Oh,
queen
doesn't matter how
f3.
you block. Yeah, GF
Yeah,
is made. Yeah, it's made.
beautiful mate too.
So no matter what, you get mated.
Wow. I just want to see what happened like last couple moves. So it was like,
Yeah, how did this all go down?
I mean, looks like black had nice position without sacrificing the piece, and then d5 takes.
Oh, wow, what a nice line. I think it's all prep, right? Or maybe not.
Oh yeah, not sure.
Wow, look at this G4. Brilliant move, though, by White. Maybe it backfired.
Yeah, wow, g4.
Uh-huh. So maybe this rook G4 move. Yeah, why didn't White play G takes? What? Why not GH? Hitting the queen with the tempo and opening the G file. What is she smoking? Okay, rook G4 was played.
Why not gh indeed?
She just lost like a bunch of tempo and allowed the queen in, right? Look at that knight e3 though, monstrous move.
Wow.
And it's over after that.
Okay, so this is like very sharp game for some time, and then somehow
And
White won
then,
this piece with this like
yeah,
d5
somehow
thing,
Black lost a piece in the process.
which doesn't seem like it was totally planned.
Yeah, it feels like Black sort of lost a little bit of a thread. And then looks like White may be winning again. But then Black out of nowhere found this amazing knight f4.
It's got this knight f4. Yeah, exactly.
So this
Wow.
this is definitely a big miss by White.
And what do you even do? I mean, queen is hanging and rook
Oh,
h6
White could
is.
have just played rook take g5 instead of queen f7. That's lights out.
Mm-hmm.
Because if rook h6, that was her big idea, then I can just play knight takes f5, and I don't care about your discovery because the rook hangs.
Yeah, everything hangs. Dang.
So I guess they had no time. So how much time? White had 2 minutes. Oh, no, White had 7 minutes. She could have played the rook take g5.
Hmm.
Black had 2 minutes. Oh, and the funny part, knight f4 already came in move 42.
Mm-hmm. Just right after the time control.
Right, so she has time to find this. Well, I'm sure she has to find it. I mean, she has 25 minutes. That's not that difficult. Wow, that's an amazing swing
Oh,
in that
g4
game.
is so nice. Yeah.
So we had so many tactical crazy games. We had the knight d1 Fabi. We had the
Mm-hmm.
Sindarov piece sack. We have the Lagno one. Yeah, the tournament is getting fiery. All right, Kostya, I think I'm gonna go as well.
Yeah.
But
Same
thanks for
here.
having me. And thank you guys. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks for joining, Eugene.
Yeah.
Hopefully, see you again soon.
And guys, don't forget to subscribe to my Substack.
Yeah, check out Eugene on Substack.
I'm gonna do some probably fun recaps of the candidates.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
All right. Bye,
Alrighty,
guys.
folks. Thanks so much. See you, Eugene. All right, folks. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for checking us out. We'll raid someone. See you guys. Bye bye. See you all tomorrow. Join the dojo, folks. Sign up for our live classes, training plans. You can find everything chessdojo.club. Get 20% off with the code candidates. Or are we going to see Rick check and Queen D3 check? I think she might take a second. Make sure she's winning here. But yeah, going to be a brilliant win from Logno. There it is. Rook H6, King G3 forced. And yeah, black is winning this one. Alrighty, folks. Stay tuned for the raid. See you all tomorrow.